Good afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the National Assembly. This is the second day of March 2021. This broadcast of the National Assembly is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, a question will be put on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the President's reservation to the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2019. And the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019 will also be put through a vote. A question will be put and the members will decide whether or not to allow the bill to be read for the third time. The report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Care and Protection of Older Members of Society Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2018, has also been debated, and this afternoon a question will be put and members will also decide whether or not to allow this particular piece of legislation to be read for the third time. Another motion will be on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019. Debate on this was also concluded, and therefore a question will be put. And thereafter, the members will proceed to the Committee of the Whole House to consider the Refugee Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019. This is subject to recommittal of Clause 3 of the bill. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research, will move a motion on the approval of the mediated version of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2018. And the bills which have been lined up for debate include the Kenya National Blood Transfusion Services Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2020, the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2018, and the National Cohesion and Peace Building Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2018. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Cheboy, is walking into the chambers to oversee the business of the National Assembly on this second day of March 2021.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you will be pleased to call to performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Members, seems we don't have the required quorum, and therefore I order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. I think the reason here is that we probably are having quite a lot of members who are attending the funeral of our colleague, led by the Speaker himself.
The National Assembly has no requisite quorum for business to get underway. According to the provisions of the standing orders of the National Assembly, the quorum needed for business to commence is 50. And if that quorum is not achieved by the time the chair is taken, then the Speaker shall order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes, and that has already been done. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Chiboy, has ordered the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes, and hopefully members who are within the precincts of the National Assembly or Parliament will make their way into the chambers like they are already doing right now, to allow business of the National Assembly to begin. The member for Motate, Honorable Andrew Mwadime, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works, could the Cabinet Secretary consider the express passenger train which serves the Nairobi and Mombasa route on the standard gauge railway, having regular stops at the Mtito Andei and Voi stations to enable the passengers, who normally include tourists, to disembark and visit surrounding tourist areas, and supporting the economic activities around Mtito Andei, Voi and the adjacent areas. And also, could the Cabinet Secretary explain whether there are plans to refurbish the two stations, considering the importance in boosting transport network and improving the economy of the region? The question by the Honourable Member for Motate constituency will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The member for Bondo constituency, Honourable Gideon Ochanda, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Energy to explain why electric power transformers in many areas of Bondo constituency have not been working for over 10 years, including areas Nyayo, Sanda, Rapogi, Dunya, Kibuye, Minya, Miande, Ulanda, Nyandusi, Ndere, Magombe, Buriro, among others. What measures are in place with regard to the operationalization of the transformers in the said areas to enable the constituency benefit from the last mile connectivity program? And finally, could the Cabinet Secretary give timelines within or which the ministry intends to address the issue of power outages in the constituency? The question by the Honourable Member for Bondo will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Energy. The member for Ruiru constituency, Honourable Simon Kingara, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works whether or not he is aware that Gatongora, Mashinani, Kiratina, Gikumari, Juja Farm Road is currently in a deplorable and impassable state. Also, when is the road expected to be improved to motorable standards, considering that the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, or otherwise known as KERA, allocated 86.2 million shillings for that purpose? And finally, what plans has the ministry put in place to ensure that the said road is also constructed to bitumen standards soonest, considering its importance in boosting transport network and improving the economy of the region? The question by the Honourable Member Simon Kingara, Member of Parliament for Ruiru, will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The member for Changamwe constituency, Honourable Omar Mwinyi, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government to explain the criteria used and how the number of persons to be recruited into the National Police Service are arrived at in each constituency and sub-county in the country, what special consideration is given to areas where the recruits do not meet the set standards or academic performance to ensure all areas of the country are covered and to realize the goal of achieving the Face of Kenya concept in the police service. The question by the Honourable Member for Changamwe will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. The member for Kiambu, Honourable Jude Njomo, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning to provide the ownership status of land reference number 6944/2 in Kenyatta Road, Kiambu County. Quorum has been achieved.
Order, members. We now have the required quorum. Therefore, business will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Order, members. Order. Honorable members, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from several residents under the banner of East Mau Forest Evictees, led by one John Njogu Njoroge, postal address 264 Elbagon, calling for resettlement of East Mau Forest Evictees. In their petition, honorable members, the petitioner avers that they constitute a community of 4,350 people that served as caretakers of 10 forest blocks in Nakuru County for over 70 years before being evicted from the area by government in 1988. Following their evictions, the petitioners claim that people who hail from other counties were resettled in the same forest area, leaving them landless since no alternative land was provided for the relocation. In their pursuit for justice, the evictees sought intervention of Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission in 2011 and the National Land Commission in 2018, but to no avail, and now seek the intervention of this House in securing their resettlement. Honorable members, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 2271, this petition stands adjourned to the Departmental Committee on Lands. The committee is requested to consider the petition and report its findings to this House and to the petitioners in accordance with Standing Order 2272. I thank you. I see a few members who are interested in commenting on this one. Let's start with Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this type of petition has been common here. I think this is the fourth one, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is a high time Parliament sorted this matter once and for all so that, Mr. Speaker, there can be a certain way of dealing with the evictees in the country, a policy, Mr. Speaker. Since 1988, Mr. Speaker, that's quite a long time, and these evictees must have acquired some rights, even within the law, for having been out of their own land for such a long time, Mr. Speaker. And it is at a time even the land law had not changed, and quite a number of other policies had not come into place, Mr. Speaker. So I think while the committee looks at this, and Mr. Speaker, it will be important that we have a common way of dealing with this sort of thing so that every other day we are not dealing with the forest of evictees. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Okelo Odoyo, you want to speak to this one?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, human rights is enshrined in law, and whether or not people encroached before government lands, and that is what they have known as their homes. I think even before any sort of eviction is preferred, this is a matter that ought to be looked into very keenly. We have young children who have to contend with very cold weathers, subjecting them to diseases that would have otherwise been, sidestepped. So this is a matter that the petitioners who have presented it before this House, together with the relevant departmental committee, ought to look at it in depth so that this does not become a recurrent issue. Because I think for a long time we have handled this matter before in this House, and there seems not to be an indefinite answer from this end. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the petition. Honorable Speaker, issues about forest evictees has been a very thorny issue in this republic, especially where you have people initially occupying lands that initially belonged to the white settlers, and they were bordering forests. These lands have LR numbers, they have INR numbers, and you find that the government decides to, or the Ministry of Forests decides to gazette those areas as forests, and that leads to people being evicted from those areas, and they end up with massive losses in terms of their livelihood, in terms of their properties, in terms of even their properties, Honorable Speaker. So I think it's a very distressing thing that a way must be looked by the Committee on Environment and also a Committee on Land so that this matter can be solved once and for all, because it is not just them who are affected, but multiple cases of similar nature. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the petitioners. Honorable Speaker, and this issue about Mao must be conserved because it is not about a community, it is not about a person, but it's about the ecosystem of Kenya. But again, we are directing our anger in the wrong place, Honorable Speaker. The government is wrong, Honorable Speaker. The government have constructed roads, the government have chief camps, the government have schools that it have constructed, and second teachers, Honorable Speaker, inside that forest. So the government ought to compensate all the people that it is evicting, even from Mao Forest and any other forest, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the government must accept that it is have aired because some of these people have title deeds genuine from the Ministry of Lands, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, when you have a genuine title deed, there is no prophetic eyes that you will know which one is genuine and which one is not genuine, Honorable Speaker, unless the government tell you. Honorable Speaker, when these forests were being occupied for 10 years, 20 years, where were the foresters? Where were the land surveyors, Honorable Speaker? The government must compensate all those people, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. The member for Molo. Your card seems not to be working. It's getting on and off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This matter is at the dear heart of the people of Molo constituency and the people of Njoro constituencies. These are people who used to live in Mariashoni, in Neswit, in Mauche, those years. Some of us, including my own grandfather and my brothers and my uncles and aunts, were born in the forest. But over the years, there are people who have come occupy that land, others have come occupy that land, and now the real people who used to be there, who were born there, have not been compensated. And therefore, this petition, I really urge the commission, the committee involved, to really look at this historical injustice. When we are compensating the Ogiek community through that Arusha ruling that were given, let us remember all those other communities that used to live in that forest, and let everyone get an equal share in the right for that land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this petition. This issue, actually, Honorable Speaker, is across the country. I think it would be good if the committee recommends to the minister to do an audit across the country so that we resolve this issue of people that requires to be resettled once and for all, especially those who are occupying a forest. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Now we'll go to the next order. That's it. I think I've given sufficient number of members.
Order number 5, purpose.
On this particular one, we have the majority whip. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021, this afternoon sitting. 1. The quarterly economic and budgetary review for the first half of the financial year 2020-2021 from the National Treasury. 2. Annual report for the financial year 2018-2019 from the Commission on Administrative Justice. 3. Performance report for the period January to June 2020 from the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. 4. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2020 and certificates therein. 1. Intelligence Service Development Fund. 2. Local Authorities Provident Fund. And 3. National Intelligence Service. 5. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 and the certificates therein. A. Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, State Department for Sports. B. University Fund. C. East Africa Tourist Visa Free Collection Account, the National Treasury. D. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. E. Revenue Statements of the State Law Office and Department of Justice. F. Revenue Statements of the Judiciary. G. Revenue Statements of the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning. H. Revenue Statements for the Business Registration Service. I. Agricultural Information Resource Center Revolving Fund, State Department for Crop Development. J. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund. K. Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board. I. Parliamentary Car Loan Scheme Fund. M. Parliamentary Mortgage Scheme Fund. N. The President's Award Kenya. O. Intelligence Service Development Fund. P. Petroleum Development Levy Fund, State Department for Petroleum. Q. Petroleum Training Levy Fund, State Department for Petroleum. R. Cooperative University of Kenya. S. The Asian Officers Family Pension, the National Treasury. T. The Kenya Tsetse and Trypanosomiasis Eradication Council. U. The Railway Development Levy Fund Holding Account, the National Treasury. V. The Registration of Certified Public Secretaries Board. And finally, W. The State and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. So we move to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
On this particular one, we have both questions and also a response to a statement. So we will start with the questions. And to start us off is the member for Mwatate, Honorable Andrew Mwadime. Yes, I am confirming now that the honorable member had requested for a deferral. That one is accepted. So we'll go to the member for Bondo, Honorable Chanda.
Mr. Speaker, the matter has been dispensed with.
By who now?
Yeah, I think it was a little error. It was dispensed with last year.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So then we go to the member for Ruiru, Honorable Kingara. Proceed, honorable member for Ruiru. What seat number are you in?
It's okay.
You have it now.
It's okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity to ask question number 54 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1. Is the ministry aware that Gatongora, Mashinani, Keratina, Gekumari, Juja Farm Road is currently in a deplorable and impassable state? Number 2, Mr. Speaker, when is the road expected to be improved to motorable standards, considering that the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, allocated Kenya shilling 86.2 million for that purpose. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, what plans has the ministry put in place to ensure that the said road is also constructed to bitumen standard soonest, considering its impassable in boosting transport network? Mr. Speaker, I think this is the second time I'm trying to push this question. I hope it will not lapse again. Thank you.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. And I hope the committee is seized of this matter so that at least they can move with speed, so that Honorable Kingara doesn't have to put this question another time again. So let's proceed. The next one is by member for Changamwe.
Thank you, Chair. I stand to ask question number 058 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and the Coordination of National Government. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used and how the number of persons to be recruited into the National Police Service are arrived at in each constituency and sub-county in the country? Number 2, what special consideration is given to areas where the recruits do not meet the set standards of academic performance to ensure all areas of the country are covered and to realize the goal of achieving the Face of Kenya concept in the police service? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that one will be replied to before the committee, the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. So we go next to the member for Kiambu, Honorable Jude Jomo. I'm not so sure if he's, I would doubt if he's around because of the funeral in his neighborhood of our colleague. And I'm told also that he has informed. So that one is also deferred. Let's go to the next question by member for Matayos, Honorable Odanga. I see there are quite a number of members who have made requests to defer their questions, as I've said, owing to the loss of our colleague. Because I see the Honorable Amushomba also is not going to be available, so that one is also deferred. So then we go to, is that Honorable Aisha Mohammed? Is she in? Then if that is the case, we end that particular bit of that order, and then we go to the request for statement by the Honorable Member for Molo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I raise to ask for a statement on banning of planting of maize in parts of Moro and Jaro constituencies by the County Commissioner of Nakuru County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 44-2C, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on the Administration and National Security, regarding the recent ban on planting of maize in parts of Moro and Jaro constituencies by the County Commissioner, Nakuru County. Honorable Speaker, close to 90% of the residents of Mariashoni Ward and Albagon Ward in Molo constituency exclusively depend on agriculture, particularly maize farming, to feed to their families and earn a living, and that includes educating their children. On the 8th of February, Mr. Speaker, of this year, the Nakuru County Commissioner announced a total ban on planting of maize in parts of Neswit, Sigotik, and the larger Mariashoni wards. Honorable Speaker, notably, these regions feed a huge population of Nakuru County and beyond. This is a precursor to humanitarian crisis in the coming months as a people and who have hitherto been a sustainable food basket. We rely on government relief for survival. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. 1. Explain whether the ban is a government directive through the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government and what it is necessitated to do. 2. Explain whether banning planting of maize is a sustainable approach to providing security in the pretext that the criminals would not hide in the maize plantations. 3. What actions are being taken to lift the ban and implement sustainable ways of dealing with the intermittent intra-ethnic clashes occasioned by standing long disputes. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if when Al-Shabaab resides in forests, whether we clear the forest so that we prevent them from hiding the forest. With that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So refer. Whom we expect them to respond to this within 2 weeks. Is the chair in the House? Okay, let's proceed to the next one. But what is it, Honorable Koske? What is it?
Yeah, Speaker, I'm just wondering, how can the government tell people not to plant what they depend on? Maize is as for food security. If you tell people not to plant maize unless the government is going to provide them with alternative food to eat, this is a sensitive issue, Honorable Speaker.
Whereas you make your point clear, I think that one you can actually appear before the committee, and you can pursue that one, and eventually, of course, when the response is made, you probably will have an opportunity to make sure that you have your point heard. So, what is it, Honorable Okello? Odoyo?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And
is it on the same?
No, a different one, if you allow me.
Which one is this?
I need your indulgence pertaining to the inordinate delay by the Treasury to submit NGCDF funds to our accounts. Honorable Speaker, we are staring at the end of this financial year. We are barely 3 months to the end of it. And up to now, Nyando, for instance, and I believe most of my colleagues here, has only received 16 million shillings. 16 out of 137 million, Honorable Speaker. We did commit several contractors to work on projects by the CDF.
It's only that I am, I can understand this is an issue that is very popular with the members, but the mode of approach that you've done is not correct.
Just allow me to explain.
Okay, just finish it, then we will see.
I thank you very much. So as I was saying, we have committed contractors on the ground who are doing CDF projects. They have sent their invoices to our offices and are pestering us to respond to them. But up to now, we haven't received monies equivalent to what has been committed. We have children now going to schools. Most of them are now staying at home because we promised to pay by way of bursary, which we have always done. But up to now, we cannot be able to pay for those children who are stuck at home. And Honorable Speaker, together with so many other commitments that we have made as our officers, up to now, we cannot be able to.
What's your point of order, Honorable Mulele?
Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Mulele? I can see you are extremely
on a point of order when I'm on a point of order, Honorable
Yes, yes, it's extremely important that the member for Nyando must wear his mask.
Okay.
He is speaking right behind me here, and I'm very careful about my. He is talking about a good thing, but let him talk about a good thing in a good way. Let him wear his mask.
Now, honorable members, you see.
I thank you, honorable uncle.
Yes.
I have responded.
Now you see, you are putting your uncle's life at great risk.
Well, and vice versa.
Yes.
So, Honorable Speaker, this is an important matter that we will need your direction. Treasury, we understand, due to COVID, has been able to get a reduction in its revenue streams. However, we do see executive programs running as usual, yet this most important aspect of our constituency is lagging behind. So, Honorable Speaker, I do need your direction over this matter, if it will call for censure of Treasury to respond to this, because most of our projects cannot take shape.
Okay.
I thank you. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Member, you see, Honorable Okello, it would be difficult for me to, issue any directions one way or the other, because the way you have approached this matter is not in the normal way that is accommodated in our standing orders. The only thing that we can do is to have some, little ventilation on it, and hopefully we expect that the relevant authorities will be listening to this, but I can assure you I'm not going to issue any directive, because the only way I can issue a directive is when you formally approach the House in the manner that is stipulated. You've not asked for a statement. There is no question here. So it's actually a matter that you are raising, which is a matter of public, concern. So maybe I'll give the leader of minority, and maybe 3 other members just to have their say, and then that will be it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the issue that Honorable Okello has raised is very grave and very important. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I have been in this parliament for 13 years plus, and this is the first time since I came to this parliament that we are in March and we have not even received 50%. In fact, what we have received is barely over 10% of the CDF allocation. And Mr. Speaker, we have had a conversation with the CS on this. And the CS is giving his side of the story, which appears not to be very accurate. We have decided that we meet the CS tomorrow as Budget and Appropriations Committee, together with the chair of the CDF. And if possible in that meeting, the CEO of the board should appear, because the CS is claiming to have released 26 billion so far. And when we talk to the chair, he tells us that out of that 26 billion, 18 billion is arrears for the previous years, which, according to the CS, he feels that's not the right way to go. But the bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, that those constituencies which have previously not received CDF are entitled to receive the arrears. And therefore, we must agree with the CS to have those arrears factored in the supplementary budget, and also to make sure that the money is released to the CDF board as soon as possible. And that soon as possible should be not the end of March. We should have all the CDF funds in our accounts. And I want to say that if the executive is not going to listen, then I don't see why, Mr. Speaker, I'm just about to conclude, I don't see why we should deal with what comes from the executive when the money meant for development is not. In fact, we support the executive, we support the president. We know that the president has actually some very important projects, which he calls legacy projects, and we support that, including supporting Nairobi Metropolitan. A lot of money you will see in supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, is being advanced to Nairobi Metropolitan off budget. And so we are supposed to regularize under 223. Kenya Airways was given a lot of money, in billions. Yet for CDF, the money is not available. We know Kenya is facing difficult conditions, but Mr. Speaker, we want to also pass a statement that it cannot only be possible that when other projects are being funded, there is some money. But when it comes to CDF, Kenya is on its knees economically. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something I want to promise this House, that tomorrow we are taking it up with the CS when we are discussing supplementary budget. We had already told him, the chairman and myself, informally to prepare to give us concrete answer on this matter. But I think Honorable Okello and the rest of us we are right to complain. We are right. This is not money that comes to us, Mr. Speaker. It's about development of this country. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to say this one last word, that CDF money is actually economic stimulus money. Money that goes direct to the grassroots is the money that can spur economic growth. Those of us with knowledge in economics and finance, we know if you want to spur economic growth, take money to the grassroots to spur that economic growth. The reason why Kenya is not growing is because the monies that are supposed to spur economic growth are held, and monies that are being released are embezzled. And so we cannot have realized economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your kindness. I want to promise you that I will have my card tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put my voice...
You will have what tomorrow?
My card, Mr. Speaker.
Oh. Well, I thought you had a card. That's why I put there.
Thank you very much. I would like to add my voice to this discussion, Honorable Speaker, and to say that now we have so many students who are at home. These are the honorable members who are making calls to academic registrars in universities, principals of colleges, principals of secondary schools, promising that we are going to pay. Kindly keep the children in school, we are going to pay. And we cannot pay, Mr. Speaker. When we went for the meeting in Mombasa with the liaison committee, together with the budget committee, I think the promise was very clear by the cabinet secretary. But it seems to be taking longer and longer. We are not able to keep our promises to the Wananchi. We are not able to complete projects. We are not even, and we are also looking at the ticking of the clock, Honorable Speaker. This is the only fund that you'll find in all parts of the country that promises and delivers. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Leader of Minority, together with the Chair, to tell the Cabinet Secretary that funds for CDF should be released immediately. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mandera.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice to this CDF issue. Honorable Speaker, in particular, Mandera South, we are facing a very unique situation, Honorable Speaker. Drought is ravaging. National government is not doing enough. County government is doing something, but it's also not enough. As members of parliament, we are not also able to use our emergency fund to be able to help people. So, Honorable Speaker, this has put the leaders in a very, very awkward situation. Honorable Speaker, this morning I was told that in parts of Mandera South, people have died of hunger, Honorable Speaker. And it is a pity we are not able to intervene, even though there is such provisions in CDF that we can be able to do. So, Honorable Speaker, this situation needs very urgent intervention from this House. We should summon the Treasury CS to be able to appear before this House so that he can give us a timeline within which he should be able to complete.
Okay.
For example, Mandera South, we have only received 9 million, Honorable Speaker, and this cannot even be able to fix the issue with the bursary.
Okay.
So, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget-making house, unlike the previous parliaments. And it's unfortunate that when we pass a budget like we did, and we have CDF as part of it, that the CS can choose what to fund and what not to fund. And now I understand they're coming back to this house. They're constantly coming to this house for support. I just ask myself, when you have a debt with people, what is the solution to a debt? The solution is to pay. So why can't the CS just prioritize CDF funds so that we can at least ensure that our people are served? And Mr. Speaker, we are having a problem of COVID. It's not, in fact, we are going on a third phase now. And yet some of this money, Mr. Speaker, is actually to improve our sanitation in our schools, is to improve and increase classes. So, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. And I think the CS needs to hear us and ensure that he gives us money as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Whom do you want to inform? I certainly don't need information now. I would rather hear from you directly. What information? Whom do you want to inform? Because you understand it will be very difficult for you to inform the entire House because it will be... No, Honorable Kaluma, please proceed. The Honorable Shabir, you understand how the issues of giving information works. The person you are trying to inform must be available and willing to take your information. No, let's leave that. In fact, honorable members, I think that would be it, because the way the Honorable Okello came in is not in a way that I can be able to make any decision. It is just, so let's finish it, Honorable Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this CDF is merely 2.5% of the monies which remains to the national government. Mr. Speaker, what bothers me is that the President, His Excellency, the President was here. And the President requested us to work on school infrastructure. Schools were reopened. Honorable Speaker, students are ordered to go back to school.
Now who is that member? You know you are completely out of order, Honorable Member. You know you cannot stand like, what is it? I cannot give you any. And who is that, by the way? Is it Honorable Esone?
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, I remember in his last address to the nation, the president spoke from here and said CDF should be directed to build infrastructure for schools, to assist students to be in school. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to request fellow members to look at how we were dealing with these issues before. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be sitting as a House considering supplementary budget, and it never happened in the previous parliament, when the CDF, a mere 2.5% going to development down there, has not been released to the board.
Okay.
So,
okay,
Mr. Speaker, the only thing I'm mentioning is that we will not consider the supplementary budget until the board confirms.
Okay, that's enough. Now that was the Honorable Lesonette, I think it makes sense that we give him. He's a former chair of CDF. Actually, the longest serving chair. You take back your mask, Honorable Lesonette, and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Use your mask. Use your mask. Honorable Lesonette, use your mask.
Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order again, Honorable Dwale? What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker. Speaker, sorry I came late when this discussion, but I have listened to Honorable Kaluma, and he's right. But Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kaluma should not cheat this House, because tonight, if Baba talks to him, that will be a different Kaluma tonight. No, let's be very honest, and not only him, not. Mr. Speaker, not only him. Everybody here. Everybody here. Mr. Speaker, I must be heard.
Honorable Dwale. Honorable Dwale, please. This is an extremely serious issue that is being discussed. Now, when we trivialize it, it's not right. So. You know, the Honorable Dwale, I would understand if it was somebody else. But you know, you are a seasoned politician, so you cannot. So I'm actually going to ask a certain member here to leave. So, Honorable Dwale, order. Order, Honorable Dwale. As you finish, if it is a point of order, it should be a point of order, and you know it. But now, if you come and bring other issues, it's not right. So let's hear what you have to say.
Speaker, I just gave an example. Each one of us here, what Honorable Kaluma said is true. But the moment we go back to our political caucuses, we forget about our interests. We forget about CDF. That's what I'm saying. I'm only giving an example. Even the other groups here, when they go back, let us deal with the matter of CDF.
Okay.
Today, the way CDF is, it has never happened in the last 3 parliaments.
Okay, so let's have the Honorable Lesonette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I requested to speak on this subject of CDF. This House, Mr. Speaker, knows that I was the chair of the CDF committee of this House in the last parliament, Mr. Speaker. And at the moment, Mr. Speaker, as a member of that same committee, I can sense danger, Mr. Speaker, to the extent of CDF. Last financial year alone, that is 2019-2020, all close to 14 billion shillings was not disbursed to CDF, just in one financial year, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just like members have alluded, in this year's budget, the budget of 2020-2021, there is an attempt through supplementary to reduce CDF. The CDF which you're already budgeting in your constituencies by 10 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, of course that will not happen. The budget committee will not allow that to happen. But Mr. Speaker, there is grave danger that the Minister Treasury, Ukur Yatani, where the CDF is domiciled, needs to take this matter of CDF very seriously. Okay. And Mr. Speaker, this House needs to show displeasure to Ukur Yatani to the extent of CDF matters. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so we will go to the next one. And we will ask the Honorable Chairperson for order, Honorable Pukose. Order, Honorable Pukose. Order. Now, let's go to the... There is a request, but we want to get responses from the Honorable Chair, Administration and National Security, on the statement request by the member for Tiati, the Honorable Kamket. I hope he's in the House. Is he in the House? Next is let's see the response to the request by the Honorable Sotsi. Is he in? Because I see Kamket is there, but the chair is probably attending the funeral in Kiambu. So we'll go to the next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the President's reservations, the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2019.
Okay, honorable members, I proceed to put the question on this matter that had been dispensed with, and we have the numbers, so that I put the question, which is that this House agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the presidential reservation to the Employment Amendment Bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019.
Okay, let us proceed to the next one, which is the report of the whole House on the Health Amendment Bill. This one also had been dispensed with. And I proceed to put the question, which is that this House agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House in its consideration of the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Any as of our contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Yes. And by the way, honorable members, let's go to the next one. What? Sorry, honorable members, let me call the mover to move third reading. Sorry, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
Let's allow us to finish with this, Honorable Kamket, then we will see whether we need to raise any issues. Because your matter, it's only that the chair is not available. So I'm going to confirm now and see when we can fix that matter to be responded to. So proceed.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Sankok to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Members are very interested on CDF, but I will have to second this one first. Before we talk about CDF, though I don't have it, but I will talk about CDF because it is very important. I second.
So, honorable members, I propose a question, which is that the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, be now read a third time. Now, I put the question, having confirmed that this House is properly constituted for purposes of making this particular decision, put the question, which is that the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
a bill for an act of parliament to amend the Health Act. Order number 10, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the care and protection of older members of society bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018.
So we go to the next order. Are we going to the next order? Yes. Honorable members, let us, just a minute. Let's have the mover to move third reading. The mover is the member for Chibalungu. Proceed, Honorable Member for Chibalungu.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
In your capacity as a Vice Chair.
I beg to move that the care and protection of older members of society bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable John Mbadi to second it. My good friend, my good friend.
The Honorable Badi. I can see you now. Why are you not having your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since this is a third reading, I second.
Okay. So then, therefore, honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the care, protection of older members of society bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, be now read a third time. I put the question? Yes. Okay, the leader, the Honorable Duale, let's hear what you have to say. In terms of contribution, I'll give two members.
Speaker, let me make it very clear. Some of us will come to the House to take part in the discussion of the afternoon. So if you want to put the question and you are not like Honorable Pukose, I know he's busy, he wants to go to Kapuchai and Matungu. He's part of the team that is leading our team there, and he has done a good job. But let me contribute. The Speaker, protection of the older members of our society is fundamental. It's provided in the Constitution. And that's why, the Speaker, all of us sitting here, one day we will join that category of our citizens. All of us sitting here have parents who are older. Maybe our parents are privileged, Mr. Speaker. They are privileged in the society because we are members of parliament. We can provide for them food. We can provide for them health care. We can provide for them what they need. But, Mr. Speaker, there are other parents who fall within the category of the hustler nation. Within the category of the hustler nation. And they might not have food on their table. And they are hustling. Their children are hustling. The older members are hustling. So, Mr. Speaker, we must protect even those old members of our society who are not privileged. So, Speaker, I am sure the Bible says the same. But in the Quran and in the Islamic religion, for you to go to paradise, you must take care of your older parents. Let us not ape the Western culture, where when your parents are old, you take them to the old person centers. Please, let us, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, I am bringing a bill, a very controversial. Speaker, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But you
Speaker,
given me the mic, Honorable Speaker,
Speaker,
to contribute.
No, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Pukosa is misbehaving. No, it's misbehaving. Even if you have raised the highest crowd for the Deputy President over the weekend, that does not give you to come and misbehave in the House. No. You have done very well. You have done... You did very well in terms of Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, let me just finish. Mr. Speaker, protecting the older members of society is part of protecting family values. I stand for family values.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
stand for the
Speaker.
hustlers, and I stand for the less
I'm on a point
privileged
of
members
order,
of society.
please.
I support.
What's your point of order?
Even if he's sitting down, Mr. Speaker, it's becoming a habit for members to talk without their mask on. But this thing, is, Mr. Speaker, is so serious. The more you are projecting, the more you should have your mask on, because you're putting everybody at risk, including yourself. So
now,
the mask is supposed to cover your mouth.
Actually, that is...
and the noise.
That one is an extremely serious and important issue.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
It is not even so much about even protecting ourselves here. It's also about the image which we project to our own constituents down in the constituencies. So, honorable members, as we speak, please have your masks on. You can still be heard clearly. I mean, it's something that we need to. So proceed. Let's proceed. Now, honorable members, I can confirm that we have the requisite quorum in the House for purposes of making this decision. And therefore, I put the question, which is that the care and protection of older members of society bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 57 of the Constitution, to provide for a framework for the care of older members of society, to establish a framework for the empowerment and protection of elderly and the maintenance of their well-being, safety, and security, and for connected purposes. Order number 11, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019.
So we go to the next order. Which one is this? So, honorable members, on this particular one, we had also finalized it, so I'm proceeding to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House in its consideration of the Refugee Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, subject to recommittal of Clause 3. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Order. What is it, the Honorable Kamket? I realize that you have been on this for a long time. What is it?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I was expecting today that the chairperson of the Committee on Administration and National Security would give a date, according to the Speaker's ruling, when the Cabinet Secretary would appear before the committee to reply to the issues I raised about my constituency and neighboring constituencies, for that matter. I received from the mailing system some fake answer, and I thought today I would get the opportunity to interrogate. But the chairman is not here today, and I have not received, I do not know on the way forward, Mr. Speaker, on what to expect, given that these are very serious matters happening in my constituency.
That is absolutely true, the Honorable Kamket.
Yes.
What we are going to do, because there is absolutely nothing we can do about the fact that the chairperson, Administration and National Security Committee is attending a funeral of our colleague. The best I can do is to direct that he responds on Thursday afternoon. I think that would be fair, and then for whatever answer that you have, which many members have not had the opportunity to see or to get, you can be able to, canvass your position on Thursday. Because this is actually a serious issue, it's a matter that needs to be dispensed with. Yes, Honorable Pukoze. What is it?
You know, Honorable Speaker, I would not stand if there was an issue which was raised by the Honorable Member there about people covering their mouths.
Yes.
No, it is serious, Mr. Speaker. You know, you've moved from being serious to now, because when Honorable Duale stood and was not covering the mouth, I think it became an issue. But when Honorable Kamuket is not covering the mouth and is just talking like that,
Honorable,
it seems it's not bothering, because you see, look at him even now. The nose is not covered.
No.
And that is where he's breathing and sneezing from.
No, I think you
no,
members
Mr.
are
Speaker,
sometimes, it's very interesting. I mean,
we
you
should
can
not
see the
have selective justice in this house.
No, I think Honorable Kamket is properly masked. I mean, it's clear. It's clear, and you know, I know because he's a bit taller than you, the Honorable Bukose, you can only be able to see him from the lower side. But the truth is, no, okay. The issue is, let's agree that all of us should mask. Simple. I mean, and that is the bottom line. I mean, it's not going to happen that we are going to you know, we must mask ourselves. That is it, and that is the position. So, Honorable Kamket, it's clear that you are having a mask. So, what is the issue really? I mean, you don't have to respond to that. Well, I do not know the size of whatever. I mean, what is it, Honorable Kamket, so that you can be comfortable?
Mr. Speaker, I am not satisfied, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, if we keep postponing this matter, it's been now 2 weeks since I have sought this statement, and Mr. Speaker, the situation in Tiati is not easy, and Mr. Speaker, this is very unfair. It's very unfair for the chair to be absent when he's just supposed to be giving me a date. And you know, Mr. Speaker,
maybe,
for how long am I going to cry on these matters?
Maybe just to agree with you to a small extent, it's not so much about the chair being absent. It should be that in the absence of the chair, the vice chair should be in to answer.
Yes.
Now, who is the vice chair, the Administration and National Security Committee? Who is that? Who is that? Kaluma. Honorable Kaluma, you are here and you should be able to answer that. Did you say Kaluma or Fatuma? No. Okay, so no, Kaluma, you are not the vice chair, so period. There's nothing to. You are just one member of the committee. So what is it? You want to give a response? You want to give a response to?
Yes. Honorable
I know
Speaker,
you are a member of that committee.
Honorable Speaker, may I assist the House this way? Honorable Speaker, in the Committee on Administration and National Security, we are very organized. We have subcommittees. I am privileged to chair the subcommittee dealing with questions, petitions, and this matter has been before us. Let me apologize to the House and Honorable Kamket that the chair of the committee is not present for the reasons we all know. He comes from Kiambu, and we are mourning our brother down there. Honorable Speaker, again to the House, the matter of Honorable Kamket has only delayed a bit because we were also budgeting. But it is a matter being treated, and Honorable Speaker, I only wanted to request, because it is necessary that we deal with this matter substantively now, would I request, because I know from Thursday, Honorable Speaker, with the leave of the Speaker, the committee will be somewhere in Garissa on a security situation, so that we don't disappoint the House again. May I request, Honorable Speaker, a small variation to your direction, that we give a substantive response, not only to Honorable Kamket and to the House on the matters that were remitted to the chair to be responded to today, on Tuesday, because I know the committee will be back on Sunday from the security situation we are attending.
Honorable Kaluma, the Honorable Kamket is not satisfied with even having it pushed to Thursday. Now, for you to push it now to Tuesday is not, I mean, because it was listed to be responded today. Yes, what is it, Honorable Dwale?
Mr. Speaker, let us take matters of members and matters of Kenyans in this House very seriously. I was in this House when a serious debate on this matter of Honorable Kamket took place, and the substantive speaker gave direction. And the matter of Kapedo is serious. Let me even speak now, not only as a member for Garissa Township, but as a patron of Pastoralist Parliamentary Group. Yes. If there is a culture in this country that you think you can treat pastoralists different from other areas, you should be told. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, I have a lot of respect for him. He is away today attending to a funeral of his colleague from his county. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to give direction that this matter, earliest on Thursday, it must be brought, because the people of Kapedo are suffering.
But
it is what is happening in Kapedo, Mr. Speaker, in terms of food, in terms of accessibility, and that is why Honorable Kamket.
But Honorable Leader, the order has been made for Thursday. Now, what more do you we have confirmed that this thing is going to be settled on Thursday. That is exactly what you are saying.
No, but the Speaker has not been finished. Thursday is what you have directed. But this matter was before this House, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, you're a seasoned legislator. That's why we have private members' questions, we have ordinary questions. There are matters that the House must treat it with urgency. And Honorable Kaluma is aware. And with the chairman not being here, that doesn't mean that any member of the committee, even the whip, even the leadership, can deal with this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel that the people of Kapedo are not getting justice from this House. And I really want you, finally, to speak to it. And come Thursday, we don't hear another story, Mr. Speaker. And it must go to the Hansard.
You know, sometimes I think, let's put it this way. The matter is going to be responded to on Thursday. Now, the committee will find a way, because for sure, I'm not so sure whether all the members are going, but this being a serious matter, it has to be done on Thursday. The chair was ready to have his response today. Honorable Kamket himself says he has received a response. So there's absolutely nothing that is going to be done outside what has already been done. So Thursday, we are going to have a response to Honorable Kamket's statement. It is as simple as that. I mean, unless you simply want to go on record as to have been heard that you spoke on it, the position has already been stated. We will proceed to the next one.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Order members, we are back to the committee. It's just a one clause recommittal, so this will take a few seconds. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 3 be part of the bill. We have the mover, Honorable Karuma. Honorable Karuma, just a minute. Let the clause be called out.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Honorable Karuma, we have two amendments, actually. Yes, we have one by Honorable Chairperson and one by Honorable Mili. Honorable Mili clearly is not in the House. So that shall be considered as dropped. So let's proceed with that of Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 of the bill be amended in subclause 1, paragraph C, as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, the amendment the committee is bringing is just to clean up and semantical, so that instead of any or, we are having either or as proper English correlatives. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the honorable chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes obviously have it. Now, mover, we are done with that bill. Mover. Mover of the bill, majority leader.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Chairperson, to move reporting.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Wangwe to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker is second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019, be now read at that time. And at this point, Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank members for the long sessions and lots of amendments, and particularly thank Honorable Kaluma for being there for the chair, and Honorable Midi Odhiambo for going through the bill with a tooth comb so that we can ensure that this, and obviously all the members who've been here, including Honorable Pukose, Honorable Sankok, and Honorable Kimuchuri Kigano, and Honorable Badi, so many who have endured long hours to see this bill coming through. I now beg to move and ask Honorable Kaluma to second.
The Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I second. I also do register my compliments to the committee, the majority leaders move, and all members who contributed to this important bill. Honorable Speaker, in which we've balanced matters of state security with the humanitarian interventions we need to give for fellow human beings finding themselves in this situation. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019 be now read a third time. The Honorable Nyikal, you have something to say?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I support that the refugee bill be read at the third time, and I think it's a very important bill that we are put in the country. But, Mr. Speaker, I want your attention particularly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your attention specifically. Yes, Mr. Speaker, something we noted during the discussion and the third stage of this bill, which I think we need to look at. It has been a practice before that when there are amendments, it is discussed between the mover and the person making the amendments. And what transpired during the discussion in the third stage of this bill, there are very many amendments from Honorable Millie, and what transpired is that actually, in nearly all cases, there were agreements, and it came out that had they had some discussion, I think there's a time called winnowing or something, actually would have spent very little time on this, because many times they just had to assure Honorable Millie that that part has been taken care of in another part of the bill, and she had no problem. And many times when she actually at a point, there was quick agreement from Honorable Kaluma. So it means that had they sat together earlier, we would have spent extremely little time, we would have ended that bill, on that day. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a process that we need to encourage and enforce if necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Well, the Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Wanjira Wangari.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, my mask had actually kind of cut. I just want to support and agree with the member who have just spoken that if we are able to converse earlier, it will save us a lot of time. This bill has taken maybe an unnecessarily longer period, but I support the committee and commend them for the work they have put into it, and I support.
The Honorable Makali Mulo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I wanted to comment on the earlier matter. So, not.
Very well. I am presuming that the members who have pressed the intervention, the Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the third reading of this refugee bill, Honorable Speaker. And I wanted to let the majority leader to know that while he was away, members insisted that without the CDF funds being deposited into our accounts, there will be no approval of the supplementary budget. So I think he needs to take it very keenly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. I have confirmed that we have the requisite quorum in the House for purposes of making this decision. I therefore put the question, which is that the Refugees Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2019 be now read a third time. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the recognition, protection, and management of refugees, to give effect to the 1951 United Nations Convention relating to the status of refugees, the 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees, and the 1969 OAU Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa and for connected purposes. Order number 13, motion, approval of the mediated version of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research, that will be the Honorable Mutua Florence. The Vice Chair is taking it very well. The Honorable Wambugu. But before the Honorable Wambugu, you dive in. The Honorable Pukose, what you were speaking to earlier on, as much as it finds a lot of favor with this speaker, but that was not the correct time to speak to it. I agree with you that matters CDF are very important matters in this House, and the lead of majority should take note that members have expressed themselves in a very serious way in that regard, and that we hope that in the course of the week we shall see serious resolution on that particular matter that the Honorable Pukose was speaking to, although out of joint, but relevant to the welfare of the members. The Honorable Wambugu, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do sincerely appreciate the comments you have, your emphasis on the message to the majority leader. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, that was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, February 18, 2021, and approves the mediated version of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. By way of introduction, Mr. Speaker, the Early Childhood Education Bill arises from the need to set up a proper legal framework for early childhood education, which is the foundation of education. The bill seeks to provide for the framework for the administration of early childhood education within the counties, and the bill also provides for the establishment of boards of management to oversee the management of the early childhood education centers. Mr. Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Education and Research considered the Senate bill in the fourth session and proposed various amendments to the bill which were aimed at improving the substance of the bill. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this House considered and passed the bill with amendments on Thursday, November 21st in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the Senate considered the amendments to the bill as passed by the National Assembly and was in agreement with most of the amendments. However, the Senate rejected the National Assembly's amendments to clauses 27, 28, 33, 36, 37, 44, and 68. Mr. Speaker, through your direction, a mediation committee was constituted comprising of members of both the National Assembly and the Senate to consider the contentious issues and develop an agreed version of the bill. Mr. Speaker, permit me to now give a highlight of the resolutions made by the Mediation Committee on the contentious clauses of the bill. Under Clause 27, the Mediation Committee agreed to the National Assembly amendment which sought to allow the conversion of early childhood education centers from public status to private status, but only after the consultation with the County Education Board and the approval of the County Executive Committee member. This amendment aligns the bill with the provisions of Section 43(2) of the Basic Education Act, number 14 of 2013, which provides that a public basic education institution shall not be converted to a private basic education institution or to any other private status without consultation with the National Education Board and approval by the Cabinet Secretary. Mr. Speaker, under Clause 28, the Mediation Committee resolved to retain Subclause 4A as contained in the bill and adapt the National Assembly amendments to Subclause 4B. The Mediation Committee noted that the role of the sponsor in making recommendations for curriculum review would not conflict with the mandate of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Further, the amendment will align the bill to the role of the sponsor as contained in the Basic Education Act, number 14 of 2013, which is to provide financial, spiritual, and infrastructural support. Mr. Speaker, under Clause 33, the Mediation Committee resolved to retain the clause as contained in the bill. This is because the roles and functions of the Parents Teachers Association and those of the boards of management of schools are distinct and cannot be performed by the same organ. Further, there is need to align the bill with Section 55(2) of the Basic Education Act, which provides that every school shall have a Parents Teachers Association. Mr. Speaker, under Clause 36, the Mediation Committee agreed to the National Assembly amendments, which provides that a person shall be qualified as an early childhood education teacher if the person is registered as a teacher by the Teacher Service Commission. This amendment aligns the bill with the provisions of Article 237(3)(a) of the Constitution, which provides that the Teacher Service Commission shall review the standards of education and training of persons that are in the teaching service. Mr. Speaker, under Clause 37, the Mediation Committee resolved to retain the clause as contained in the bill. The Mediation Committee noted that it would be a duplication of roles to create a committee, while the already established county education boards within the counties may establish committees within the board for the proper performance of the duties. Mr. Speaker, under Clause 44, the Mediation Committee agreed to the National Assembly amendment, which seeks to ensure the use of certainty in regards to the standard of education to be offered in a private education center. The amendment aligns the bill to the standard set in the Basic Education Act, which provides that a private institution shall follow the curriculum as approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Under Clause 68, the Mediation Committee agreed to the National Assembly amendment, which deleted the provision requiring the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations in respect of the qualifications of persons teaching in an early childhood education center. The amendment therefore ensures that there is no conflict of mandate between the Cabinet Secretary and the Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, allow me to say that the approval by this House of the report by the Mediation Committee and the subsequent enactment of the Early Childhood Education Bill will be a big milestone in the harmonization of standards of education at both levels of government, as well as to ensure that the quality of education offered at the early stages of a child's development are not compromised. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I call upon Honorable Daniel Twitek to second this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Twitek, member for Mogotia.
Thank you, Speaker. As a member of this mediation committee, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second this motion on the report of the mediation committee on the consideration of the Early Childhood Education Bill 2018, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. The committee really did a good job on this particular mediation. We had extensively looked at all the issues as the movers outlined, and basically it was to look at those clauses and make sure that we all agree as a team. And finally, we did a good job, and I would like to say that all the clauses which we looked, we came to an agreement that it was mostly so that they were aligned with the Education Bill, Education Act of 2013, and also the Constitution. So with that, I beg to support. I beg to second.
Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Order, members. Allow me to propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, Subarticle 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 150, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, February 18, 2021, and approved the mediated version of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. The Honorable Manzo, member for Makueni. Not in the House. The next is Honorable Wangwe, member for Navaholo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the bill by the Committee on Education. Honorable Speaker, in the onset, the Early Childhood Bill, Honorable Speaker, 2018, which seeks to establish the framework for the necessary infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, for the comprehensive early childhood development and education system by the county governments. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the issue of education, this part on early childhood, Honorable Speaker, is anchored in our Constitution and devolved. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill gives direction on how the conduct and the administration and support of the early childhood shall be done or handled at the county government level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you look at most of the funds that we give to the county government, it has really participated and developed a lot of infrastructure when it comes to the issues of early childhood. But the question is, Honorable Speaker, are we supporting the infrastructure that is being laid with the right personnel? Are we taking care of the children that are going into the infrastructure that's being built? And number three, Honorable Speaker, are we building the infrastructure commensurate to the population of the number of children that we have, Honorable Speaker? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill is coming at the right time when, Honorable Speaker, we are considering the budget. The BPS will be here in the National Assembly soon. And one thing that we'll be looking at, Honorable Speaker, is how much we are giving the devolved units in terms of the division of revenue. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if the Committee on Education, in their wisdom, as they consider this bill, Honorable Speaker, the House in general should now look at, we are giving county government funds. Are they using it in the right direction, in the proper way, as per the Constitution, Honorable Speaker? It is the question. The answer is yes, they are doing it, but they need to do it thorough to the point, Honorable Speaker. When you look at the Part 2 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, it provides for the right of every child to free and compulsory early child education in a public education center, Honorable Speaker. In order to realize this right, the bill assigns various duties of the county government, parents, as well as teachers that will facilitate the promotion of the right to early childhood. Honorable Speaker, I read this Part 2 together with Article 43 on the economic and social rights in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and feel for you to be a proper person in the country, Honorable Speaker, an upright thinking person, Honorable Speaker, education begins at an early childhood, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, inasmuch as Article 43 anchors and instructs us to the right to education, Honorable Speaker, as a social and economic right, it must begin at an early child, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, this bill, the Committee on Education is bringing it at the very, very appropriate time so that we address the issue of our children. Let us not receive our children at a mature stage is when we now put them into the basic education and force them to now pursue a particular goal of study. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government of Kenya today. They have introduced the new education system, the CBC, which now starts as early as possible to identify particular talents from a child so that that child, Honorable Speaker, grows up the ladder with a particular talent in mind. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill, as it seeks to pursue the right to education for a child, it's a good thing. It's coming at a very timely period when we are looking at the entire system, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, especially in Part 3, which provides for the establishment, registration, and maintenance of early childhood education centers by the county government. Honorable Speaker, I want to cite an example of Kakamega County. It has really done well in terms of early childhood education centers, but not good enough. We want to encourage county governments to pursue more, build more infrastructure. Let us have centers which can nurture our children into a modest into a modesty, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as this bill seeks to guide the establishment, registration, and maintenance of early childhood centers, it's a good thing. We should all support it so that, Honorable Speaker, the basics of basics in a brain of a child have to begin at that early stage, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the obligation of a private education center and action by the County Education Board, where the education center fails to comply with the Act, is enforceable into this Act, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the Act has not just left it to the county government to hang around, building education centers, support the education system in terms of early childhood, but leave controls, Honorable Speaker. When you look at the controls, the way they've been laid in Part 3, Honorable Speaker, is something to applaud, is something to be happy about, that finally, at least the regulations are going to be there on how to promote this education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy with the Part 4 of the bill, which seeks to provide for the management of an early childhood education center, which shall be vested in a board of management. It provides for the establishment of boards of management. It provides for the establishment of early childhood education center in their functions in relation to the education center, Honorable Speaker, which means this education center, Honorable Speaker, shall have a structure of administration. And Honorable Speaker, once you have a structure of administration of a unit, then you have got it right in terms of establishing it, how the highest hierarchy in terms of authority, how will it be controlled, how will it be managed. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill is a good bill, and I really want to urge my colleagues that we support it the way I do. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Ogutu Abel, member for Bamachoge Borab.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute and support this bill. The mediated bill, Mr. Speaker, is a version of what we as the members of Education Committee had our input, and now it has been harmonized with what was intended to be the case by the Senate. So, Speaker, I want to say that if there is a sector of education that has really suffered for many years, is early childhood education, always taken as being informal and existing without the structures. I'm so happy that, Mr. Speaker, this time we can proudly say that the Kenyan nation has chartered a path to see this sector of education integrated into mainstream education, but also supported as much as it were. So, Speaker, you realize that this bill looks at the county government as the main leadership entity to its implementation. I want to make two comments. Mr. Speaker, even as we existed without this bill, the county government has been doing a lot of work to support early childhood, but in a very haphazard way, in terms of poor funding, in terms of poor infrastructure, in terms of also failing to pay those who are in class working with the young children. The Speaker, I want to say that as we move forward to see this bill finally becoming a policy, it is important for the county government, through the county education board, to ensure that at least the responsibilities that have been given to this to the county government through this through the board are well executed. It's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that a number of people have been working as even frontiers, or people are employed by the schools where the centers for early childhood are located, have gone for many years without being paid. Some have even died, and with the terms that are very poor. So I'm sure that once this bill is implemented, Mr. Speaker, we'll have professionals working with our little children. Mr. Speaker, there's a section which looks at the management of these centers. I see public health is well represented. I see the county executive board is well represented. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal that as we intend to move to implement this bill, that proper funding is done and the proper supervision is also done through the Ministry of Education to ensure that the early childhood education becomes a stronger and a better foundation for our children and for the future generation to come. Two areas that I have said, the area of children with disability has not come out clearly in the previous implementation of the early childhood. These are the people who really need a lot of attention. I'll imagine a situation where every county will have at the sub-county level a facility that takes care of children with disability. And that facility must go beyond tuition to providing health facilities, to providing nutritional experts, to make sure that we develop our children from that stage who are strong and fit to move forward. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the infrastructure of these facilities must come out clearly and must stand out, because it is at this stage that we build in children a sense of choice, a sense of admiration. So when this is done, the Speaker, I want to say that as a nation, we then will begin being proud with our people, with our children, that we are ready to move them forward. So, Speaker, with those remarks, I support this bill. Thank you.
The Honorable Martin Owino, member for Ndiwe.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important topic, and I want to thank the Education Committee and those who harmonized this bill. Mr. Speaker, in the tender age, if we want to do education, that is where a child needs us most, so that we help them to develop emotionally, cognitively, and physically. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, I like it for one thing, because to bring all those together, you need some teachers who are trained and recognized by TSC, which this bill is addressing effectively. Also, Mr. Speaker, part 3 of this bill, as mentioned earlier also, deals with the enforcement of the control systems. We may desire to achieve something, Mr. Speaker, but if these control systems are not put in place, we are still elusive to many of us. Education management structures. Mr. Speaker, with our CDF, which we are lamenting all the time, we make good classes, good classrooms, from class 1 all the way up. But because the early childhood education is devolved, most of the structures are in bad shape and providing bad environment for our children. So I think when we talk of those management structures, the infrastructure, because we cannot talk of healthy education for our children, but the environment is wanting. And this is in many schools. So I think when this bill gets wheels to move, resources becomes very important, Mr. Speaker. And I agree, we should either ring-fence the resources for the county governments to build up the infrastructure for these kids in an environment where they can access clean water, sanitation, and all that they need to thrive in. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do that...
The member for, is that the member for Chevarungu? Standing like a lizard across that floor does not help your cause. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that we give a lot of funds to the county government, which we think should go towards the early childhood education. But most of the time, you find all the classrooms are in tattered buildings, very much unfit for education of these kids. So I was trying to say, Mr. Speaker, we need to have some structures in the financial terms to ring fence whether the money should go for the infrastructure or development for the classrooms and the environment of these children, the same way we have been saying about health as well. Otherwise, this bill is good, and I congratulate the Education Committee and I urge other colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Sankok. The member for Chepalungu, the Honorable Koske. I just want to give you some good advice. You must have heard the story of the hyena that wanted to have both, it came to the crossroads in the forest and wanted to to enjoy both directions. Ilipasuka. If you want to speak to the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, and I know it is very desirable for you to speak to her and constantly do so, just walk, come back to this direction and talk to her. Nobody is going to interfere with you. Don't be afraid, the Honorable Koske. The Honorable, yes, the Honorable Ole Sankok, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And talking of and describing in terms of a lizard and a hyena, some description fits some people very well. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, let me support this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, the early childhood mediated version Senate bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because the foundation of all of us, the foundation of any child, the foundation of any profession is based on early childhood, Honorable Speaker. This is a bill that have come at the right time. It should have come yesterday, but because it have come today, I urge this House that we should support this bill, Honorable Speaker. There will be no doctors without early childhood. There will be no engineers without early childhood. There will be no pilots, lawyers, and all the profession without early childhood, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, since the promulgation of our 2010 Constitution, this particular important unit of our education, this important foundation of our professions was devolved. And when it was devolved, Honorable Speaker, it went to the counties, which had no infrastructure, which had no manpower, which did not have the resources to manage this particular very important foundation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it has been an amorphous kind of approach, Honorable Speaker. You will find CDF supporting ECDs. You will find county government supporting ECDs. You will find the Minister of the CS for Education going to ECDs, Honorable Speaker. It has been an amorphous approach to this particular very important unit and very important basic foundation of all intellectuals in any country and any part of this world, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill have come at the right time so that we can address this issue and make sure that our children are brought up in a foundation that it can withstand and withhold them upright during the economic tides that we have witnessed in the whole world, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with the wake of economic meltdown, with the wake of the breakdown of our social fabrics in our societies, Honorable Speaker, and in our families, Honorable Speaker, this early childhood is the foundation that will make our children withstand all those social disorders, Honorable Speaker, that we have been witnessing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this bill, I will consult with the Education Committee, Honorable Speaker, so that we can in-depth consult with players of persons with disabilities, including National Council for Persons with Disability, because we need to know and we need to make sure that we have captured the need of special education schools and the needs of children with disabilities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because we have categories of persons with disabilities, and all over the world, while I was the chairman of National Council for Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Speaker, I had advocated that we segment persons with disabilities so that we can know how we can approach their education, especially during early childhood, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have children with disability who can be integrated in the normal system of education, Honorable Speaker, because it will uplift their self-esteem. If today, Honorable Speaker, as a person with physical disability, if I'm in class, Honorable Speaker, with you, and then I defeat you in positions in exam, Honorable Speaker, then my self-esteem will be uplifted because I know I will not win against you in the field, but I can win against you in the class, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so we have been advocating that those categories of disabilities that can be integrated, then let be integrated unless the disability have limitation that cannot allow us to be integrated, like children with autism, like cerebral palsy, those who need just basic learning skills of survival, like toileting, Honorable Speaker, like eating, Honorable Speaker. Those ones, then we will have special institutions. But those we can integrate, if they are deaf, Honorable Speaker, it's so simple. Look for a teacher who understands sign language, or make sure that there is a sign language interpreter, Honorable Speaker. If they are physical disabled, they are on wheelchairs, just make sure the class are accessible. And these children can learn with the rest, Honorable Speaker. Because if you put us, as persons with disability, in one corner, we compete against ourselves. Even if I become number one, I'll just believe that I'm number one among the rejected, Honorable Speaker. But if I become number one in a school, and a great school, where there is everybody else, then my self-esteem will be uplifted, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, So we will consult with them so that we make sure that we capture the issue of persons with disability, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and I thank the government for introducing CBC. CBC will go a long way to assist persons with disability because not all of us are intelligent enough in terms of books, Honorable Speaker. But we have hidden talents, hidden abilities, Honorable Speaker, which CBC will be able to excite, Honorable Speaker, and bring them out, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, long time ago, our parents used to trust us while we were even as young as 10 years old, Honorable Speaker. I remember we used to move our livestock all the way from Narok, Mao Forest, all the way to Tanzania, Honorable Speaker. And our parents trusted that we can be able to look after cows, we can be able to defend those cows against wild animals, we can be able to build our own houses in the jungle, Honorable Speaker, and live with our livestock for months, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, children nowadays are pampered too much. They are channeled in a way that they can only learn and write and compete in an exam, Honorable Speaker. But they lack survival skills, Honorable Speaker. So this CBC will bring out the talents that are hidden, especially for persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, you must know, Honorable Speaker, the best mathematician in the world is a person with autism, Honorable Speaker. If the talent was not brought out, if he was given exams of science and other subjects, Honorable Speaker, he will be deemed a failure. But he is the best mathematician and is a person with autism, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so the CBC will bring out our hidden talents as persons with disability, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, we will like, Honorable Speaker, that county government make sure that this basic education is as free as possible without commercialization of education, Honorable Speaker. While I was in the University of Nairobi, we were against parallel degree program where we were tortured and even suspended because of being against commercialization of education, where an A without money will become a D, and a D with money will become an A because you can be able to afford to study the best courses, Honorable Speaker. So I implore upon this bill so that we can make sure that as much as we have this mediated version of Senate Early Childhood Bill, Honorable Speaker, then the childhood education should be free to every child, and so that we can have the foundation, a proper foundation for all our kids across the board without considering their purchasing power and their financial muscles, Honorable Speaker. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I do support 100%. Thank you.
The Honorable Sankok, you have spoken extremely well. And you have spoken to something that is very important, that we should not leave any child behind, that all of us should move forward together. Thank you for speaking so well today. The Honorable Fatuma Gedi, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Earlier on, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware Honorable Kamket asked about the issues of TRT. Mr. Speaker, first, as you know, today we are mourning, and the chairman and I were out of the chambers. I want to give assurance to the member in this House that on Thursday we will bring a comprehensive response to that matter. We know the serious issues in TRT. We've also wrote a letter to IG so that the community there can access the basic needs. There's a roadblock, we are aware, there's serious issues. I want to give confidence to the honorable member that we are concerned, and indeed we will bring a comprehensive response to that effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Gedi. The Honorable Kamket was agitated earlier on. I think that the Honorable Kaluma had attempted to make an explanation, but I think you have reaffirmed what the Honorable Kaluma had indicated. So it is good that that issue is dealt with on Thursday. We shall have the Honorable Masara, member for Suna West.
Hey.
The Honorable Masara, are you ready?
About the bill.
You have the mic. Don't let the Honorable Abele disrupt you. And the Honorable Abele, please keep your mask on when you ask. Yes, it's nice that way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that The bill in question is very important for the early child education. And moving forward, if the mediated version is passed in this House, Mr. Speaker, it's going to give direction on how our young children are managed. More so, that is the foundation where which can give our future generation leaders a good and firm foundation so that when they join the next step of education, they don't get disturbed. Mr. Speaker, this bill also will help counties to manage this sector well, because currently it is, every county is doing its own things the way they want, but more so in terms of infrastructure, where you get a school is given one classroom, yet there are two sets of classes which need to have different areas of teaching. To the issue of employment of ECD teachers as well, Mr. Speaker, the currently majority of counties are employing ECD teachers on contract basis, and they are being paid a minimal money which cannot sustain somebody who is working for the whole day. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, and I believe moving forward we're going to get value for our education in terms of ECD. Mr. Speaker, what I want to mention is we need to fast track this bill, because the more we delay the bill, the more we create more harm to our young children in ECD Center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Tum, member for Nandi.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill on early childhood education. Research has found that every child who has gone through pre-education do very well at the university level. So this bill, I support it because it talks about quality education. We know early childhood is foundation of knowledge. And Honorable Speaker, the President gave a directive that no child should be left behind. And in this bill, Honorable Speaker, if the parents cannot comply to this bill, they are going to pay a bill of 10,000 shillings. This will force parents to take their children to school. Honorable Speaker, this bill is calling for necessary infrastructure in early childhood centers. In our counties, Honorable Speaker, the children who are in school this bill, the county governments should make it a point that all the early childhood centers are really equipped. They have teachers who are fully trained, because some of them, they don't take their teachers every year for retraining because of the new knowledge every day. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill because it talks of non-discrimination. All children are entitled to go to early childhood centers, irrespective of their race, religion, social and economic status. So I support this bill, and the county governments should really utilize the funds well, so that our children have the best. We know very well in our schools, the teachers are not paid. They go up to 8 months, and if they are crying, they have nothing to eat, they cannot give quality education to our children. So I stand to support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Tum. The Honorable Duola Thiambo, are you ready?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to
contribute on this approval of the mediated version of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 62 of 2018. Honorable Speaker, it is well known that when you want to know the direction of a nation, of a people, of a community, Honorable Speaker, or even of a homestead, you need to invest on the children. And Honorable Speaker, early childhood education is extremely important because we know that the early years are the foundation upon which each and every child can not only hone their sense of development, but where we get to see the necessary balance on emotional, cognitive, and other areas that support learning. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support this mediated bill. One, because it is clear that, as has been observed by other members, when we create a structure that is organized, when we indeed mainstream the education and the learning of children in these early years, when we start looking at the administration, and Honorable Speaker, when we seek to indeed confirm that we are getting teachers who will be prepared, but teachers whose welfare will also be appropriately considered through their employment and remuneration, then we are investing in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, I therefore, as I support this mediated version of the bill, seek to do so, one, because it is clear, Honorable Speaker, currently, that we do have early childhood education centers, and Honorable Speaker, that in a number of schools we ensure, and this is clear from the county government, that there is an effort to put up classrooms and structures. Honorable Speaker, where I come from, Siaya County in Alego, Usonga, I had opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to visit some of these schools, especially during the period when COVID was at its peak. And at the time now, Honorable Speaker, when we have resumed, and it was clear, going not only by the numbers of children that were all honed and put up in one room, that we needed to have proper planning and we need to get adequate funding, and we do indeed need to think of the infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, it was in one of these sessions where I also got to see, Honorable Speaker, the young children immediately demonstrate their capacity as they were able, through song and dance, to declare very clearly that we need to beat COVID-19, and the way to do it is to wear a mask, to wash our hands, to keep social distance, and indeed to ensure that we are aware that there is a challenge. And so, Honorable Speaker, I support this mediated version of the bill because in this mediated version of the bill, we are also going to have opportunity for children to learn in most effective ways, because when we get centers, then we also are able to find ways by which children can learn by playing, can learn also in terms of the different levels of cognitive development, and we will not be putting all children in the same space and perhaps getting the number of teachers to go to the level that can effectively address this. Honorable Speaker, other members have also noted that we do need in any organized system to have proper structures, and we see that in the mediated bill, Honorable Speaker, we are not only seeing the need and agreeing to the need to register all teachers so that there is a sense of standardization and, of course, the remuneration, but that, Honorable Speaker, we also have a proper structure where we will have a board of management, and, Honorable Speaker, in this board of management, a key issue which is of public health is concerned. I want once again, Honorable Speaker, to note that this is extremely important because, as I indicated, there is a school in Alego Usonga constituency, Papkakan Primary School. Honorable Speaker, the room where the children who are in early childhood education come to learn is immediately next, Honorable Speaker, to a fence where there is a sanitation sewage. And at times, Honorable Speaker, it is really unfortunate and intolerable when we find that these young children, who by all means in terms of their learning will mostly be singing or dancing or doing some other activity collectively, are being forced in a way through lack of clear management structures that can address this issue to still endure this in their learning. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, support this because in terms of the proposals in this mediated version, we are clearly going to have an end to situations where we do not have someone that we can hold to account. We will now have very clear board of management. We will now be in a position to ring-fence resources. We will clearly have teachers that in terms of their appointment and remuneration will be equal to teachers that are in other areas and who are ready and prepared for this. And most importantly, Honorable Speaker, we will, as a country, demonstrate that we know that the best way to invest is to invest on our children and to make sure, Honorable Speaker, that in their early years, we are giving them the right to education. I end, Honorable Speaker, by indicating that I had a chance to visit Dubai, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of equal opportunity and inclusion, and in particular dealing with persons with disability. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that as we look at this mediated version, we must ensure that we look also at children with disability, because it is at the early stages that we also want to ensure that we are able to build the esteem of these children and indeed to ensure that having disability is not in any way an indication that they do not have abilities in the fundamental areas. And so, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree and emphasize that where we might need to be a little more clear is to have determination, because, Honorable Speaker, as they say in their policy out there in Dubai, they do not, Honorable Speaker, in the United Arab Emirates talk about persons with disability or children with disability, but they talk about people with determination. Because, Honorable Speaker, the number of persons with disability or children with disability go through very many challenges, and it is indeed their determination that enables them to overcome these challenges. I think, Honorable Speaker, that with this kind of bill, we are actually saying that we are all going to be persons of determination, and we will ensure that as we look at early childhood education, as we look at early childhood centers, we will do everything that we can to ensure that our children who have disabilities will be equally given opportunity to lay a foundation, to contribute to the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
We shall now have Honorable Pukose Robert.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, mediated fashion. Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill in terms of development of early childhood centers within our country, and more so within each and every constituency, it also provides for the structures of the Board of Management. I think this is an area that has been neglected, Honorable Speaker, and this is a bill that needs to be fast-tracked so that it can become operational as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, in this country, early childhood, I think, is a neglected area because many of our children, you go to almost every constituency, many of our children are learning in the early childhood, are learning in debilitated buildings. They are learning in where there are no even chairs. And we've seen county governments putting up some of those structures without a lot of seriousness. They are unplanned, actually. Once they have been put, some of them even end up, for example, I was in over the weekend in Chepsalei Secondary School. within Chepsaleh Primary, there is an ECD class that has been built. It's already having cracks. There is no provision of funds for repair, maintenance. This bill talks of maintenance of those ECD structures. You find that a building has been built in Chepsaleh Primary School for ECD. It is cracking. Those children are facing danger of the building collapsing. And yet, the county government of Trans Nzoia has not taken time to go and look at that building and see if the building can be repaired to make sure that our children are safe. So you can see the sorry state of some of the health of the early childhood centers within our country. Honorable Speaker, this bill also talks of the employment of the ECT teachers, where they have to have TSC approval. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, in this country, you'll find that you have somebody who has gone to ECD, has a certificate, others even have diploma, others even have degrees, others even have masters. But there is no proper progression on how these people can be catered for. Because you'll find that once somebody is an ECT teacher, he's the most lowly paid among the teaching fraternity. Why should that be, that you look down on those who are in ECD as the most lowly paid? Yet the work the ECD teachers do is a lot of work. In other countries, you'll find that the ECD teacher, whether has some of them even have master's degrees, they are well enumerated. They are paid as teachers. So we should have a scale that does not discriminate ECD teachers. This scale should be able to, once somebody decides, because all those people who go to ECD classes, all of them have cleared Form 4, they have scored the marks that they can as well be P1 or even go up to the university level. We should have a way of promoting somebody who has decided, someone even with a good grade, deciding that I want to become an ECD teacher, so that this person is not looked down upon. Because you'll find that even in a meeting, once, for example, in Endebess, Mwalimu Kisaka is an ECT teacher. He always speaks on behalf of ECT teachers. But when he speaks, you'll find that some people are looking down on this character. Yet, this is somebody who is so important in the formative years of our children. It's the most important period for which you must be able to have your child inculcated some culture of even reading. And I think that is where, as a country, we've not done well, because our country apparently has many people who don't spend time even reading. People just want to scan information. They even want just to listen to what somebody has said, and that's enough. But we must be able to calculate and inculcate reading culture among our children during the formative years, because that is a very important period for us to develop these children. And I think, Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that once this House should be able to dispense as fast as possible, so that the bill can go to the President assents to this bill, so that this bill can become operational. And we hope that even the regulations, the ministry should be preparing the regulations, and let's have this bill implemented to the letter. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very, very important law. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education is very, very important. And for some time, it has been operating without a law. And most unfortunate, it has been, operational through the counties, merely by policy. And although the right to education is in the Constitution, it is clear that this right of early childhood education in this proposed law shall be enjoyed without discrimination, exclusion, whether tribe, origin, among others. When you look at the pastoralists who keep on moving, and when you look at children with disabilities, a lot of children have been hidden, and actually disability is covered here. And a lot of times we are, even as members of parliament, we have to make sure that these children who are hidden are brought to light and are able to be taken to school. At times you may need centers, teaching centers where these children, especially if they are poor or street children, also come under this regime to make sure that that beginning of education is taken to all children, whether they are parents, they don't have, whether they are disabled, whether they are poor, whether they are rich, whether they are pastoralists, whether it is religion, whether they are Muslims or Christian or any other religion. In some countries, Mr. Speaker, actually, there has been a problem with education. In fact, there are some countries which don't believe in education at all, and they believe in fundis, that, some policies, and it has been quite a debate in those countries and quite a fight. Because education equalizes all, rich and poor. The best way to equalize people is to educate them, and education gives an opportunity to everyone. But early childhood education is specific. There are partners, there are quite a number of people interested in this. You have the counties, you have the government schools, you have private schools. There are many stakeholders in this regime, and a lot of people are running schools which may not be properly licensed dealing with early childhood education. And you will notice that when a child misses it at early childhood, they are likely to have problems with education all through. And the children who get it right from that moment, they are likely to do very well throughout. So it is a very, very important component. And when this time round is being implemented by the counties, it has had a lot of challenges. In fact, in my constituency, we had to do a nursery school with CDF monies as an emergency, because from the way the walls looked like, it looked like it would collapse on those children, and I didn't want it to happen. And when they had done public participation in Watertown, they had abandoned this particular nursery school, which is somewhere near the technical college in Makueni in Water. And I had to do it, although it was not part of our programs and the CDF. And I think, although this has been left to the counties, we have to work together to make sure that every child has access to education at that early age. Some are even run as children depositories. You go and deposit children there so that they have care, and at the same time, they are able to learn something. So all this needs to be regularized so that we make sure that whoever is going to be with them is fit to be with them, is well trained. And even when it comes to the colleges which train for these early childhood teachers, they have to be, there has to be synchronized. You have to make sure that they are all well monitored and they are all licensed, Mr. Speaker, and they are able to comply with the law so that, Mr. Speaker, we have uniformity at that level so that we can be able to attend equally to all our children who attend to early childhood education. And therefore, this particular bill, which is now arbitrated so that it was a Senate bill originally, rightfully so, but we had to, when it came to us, it had to go to arbitration. It had to be mediated, Mr. Speaker, so that we can have something to serve our children and to serve our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Honorable Duolo Baka, member for Siaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Just want to add my voice to this bill. It is a very good bill. It deals with education of children and early childhood education, as it has already been emphasized here, is the beginning of education for any child. And it is the foundation of education for everybody. It's also an institution where character building starts. Socialization takes place at early childhood education level, and a child becomes a good child or a bad child from that point of education. And so I support the bill. Secondly, the bill seeks to standardize the education of the child in the sense that we need to have teachers that are trained, we need to have curriculum that is in place, that has been acceptable to the community and the people. It is a place where, much as it has been a very important institution, even in the past, it has had challenges in the sense that early childhood education has always been seen to be something so small that you don't need to emphasize education on. And that's why teachers of early childhood education, some of them are not even trained, and even if they are trained, they are poorly paid. Their pay is not regular. They miss on that. And that's why in the past, early childhood education has been neglected. But I'm so happy that this bill improves the areas that have been neglected. There will be better management system, the curriculum will be established, and the children will be able to learn and be more serious with their education. Need to highlight also that it's not only to learn, but also a place for socialization. It's also a place where immunization of children can take place. It is a place where school feeding program also runs. So when you look at early childhood education, it's a center of many things, many activities that improve the development of a child. Health is addressed there because of that immunization. Nutrition and all that is done there. And even registration of children in terms of how many, the population that we have is there. So I think the county governments have done their best, but county governments are complaining that they don't have enough funds. So even though we set up the criteria for running institutions, early childhood institutions, we need to think about the governments, the county governments having enough funds and running these institutions as effectively and as efficiently as possible. What I have seen in my county is very commendable. We have had so many of these institutions put up. Almost every primary school has an ECD center. When you see a primary school which is well run, you will be so sure that the ECD center is also well run. So there is that connection of improving primary schools and also having an effect on the ECD center that is attached to it. The very good thing, again, is the fact that the government is now highlighting the 100% transition. And so I can see a situation where all the children who attend early childhood schools will be able to transit to Standard 1. All of them will go there. And so we will be able to track down on the children as they go to school. How many girls are there? How many boys are there? Did they all come to join Standard 1? Because girls will start disappearing at some point, which is a big challenge in the education system. It is also very true that we need to address the sector where the children who are living with disability are taken care of. Early childhood centers are also areas where you start identifying children who have some problems physically, emotionally, and otherwise. There are centers where trained teachers need to identify children very early and be able to transfer them to institutions that can address their problem much better. So children with challenges, children with living with...
Your honorable member, your space is gone. Honorable Kelly. Honorable Kelly, are you not ready for this one?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I am very keen to stand up and support this mediated early childhood education bill mediated between ourselves and the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the committee that has done and put in some work to ensure that we get to where we are, Mr. Speaker, because it is out of their efforts that we are able to critique what they have put on the table and say that they've actually done a good job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, research has shown that early childhood education is critical not only in a person's education, but also in their entire life thereafter. There has always been a debate, Mr. Speaker, as to which stage of education is extremely important. And that debate is what has led to the imbalanced investment in education, Mr. Speaker. And when I talk about imbalanced education investment, if you look across the country, you will be able to compare how we value our early childhood education by the investment that we have put on ECD to date, Mr. Speaker. Are we putting as much in ECD as we have in primary schools? Have we put as much in ECD as we do in secondary schools? Have we done as much as we do for tertiary colleges and universities, Mr. Speaker? And it is very clear that as a country, we have not been investing in early childhood education, Mr. Speaker. But what is critical, Mr. Speaker, is that I, as an educator, while still in university, was able to carry out a research that eventually established that the children who are born in Africa are actually born more brighter than even some of the children born in Western countries. However, this is reversed the moment they show up in school, and our schools are not up to the par to continue the development that the child had started when they were at home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this research is telling that we as a country are failing our own children at a very early stage in life, even before they have started their formal education. Mr. Speaker, it is said that a good early childhood education should spur and activate a child's natural willingness to learn. That a child is born naturally willing to learn. And what we do at early childhood education is to activate their natural will to learn, Mr. Speaker. So I support this bill because I am seeing the effort that is being put into making early childhood education better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, to my mind, is seeking to standardize the quality of training of our children at a very early stage, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I learned with my life, Mr. Speaker, is that when we were all in nursery school, when we were all in standard 1, we were all scientists. We were all artists, Mr. Speaker. At what point do we normally lose these things? Mr. Speaker, we stop losing them when our instructors lose interest in teaching us some of these things. Actually, any child is born to be able to do anything else the other child can do. However, if we lose it at early childhood education, this child will never catch up, Mr. Speaker. Some of these children are born ambidextrous. They are able to write with both their hands. They go to school and they are caned for not writing with the right hand, Mr. Speaker. So some of the things that we are doing in some of these schools are actually taking away from the child rather than adding them. Mr. Speaker, what I would like to see is that after we pass this, we shall be able to start identifying talent very early on in a child and be able to develop it through their learning, Mr. Speaker. But even as we speak about early childhood education in the form as has been presented here in this mediated bill, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to add that we as a country will have to start thinking very seriously about this model of education of institutionalizing our children. Institutionalizing children for 16 years from ECD all the way to university. Let's give homeschooling a thought. Let's start building policies around homeschooling. Let us start thinking about the future of education and not what is a colonial.
Honorable Robert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also give my contribution on this motion, this bill that from the Senate that wishes to provide a framework for the establishment of systems for the administration of ECDs within a county. Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this, we have to remember that there is a fundamental right to free and compulsory basic education enshrined under Article 53 of the Constitution. And clearly, this is a part of it because ECD is also part of basic education. Mr. Speaker, going through this bill, Clause 3 talks about the provision of a framework for the establishment of comprehensive early childhood development and education systems by the county government. Mr. Speaker, the reason I have read this bit because we have noted that in some cases, in some of the institutions, there has been a tendency by the school administrators to try and have an admission exam. And I am happy that this bill prohibits the use of entry exams for those small learners. Because that's one of the things that people have, a lot of our institutions have been trying to use to make money. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I'm happy about is the fact that it wishes to provide a framework for the establishment of the infrastructure necessary to support the provision of quality education in the ECD centers. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from the bill that ECDs are meant to be funded from the counties. And Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that if you go around the country, you will notice that our primary schools are continuously being improved, classes being expanded, renovations being done, and even classes being added. But our ECD centers in most of our constituencies are actually the eyesore. Because what has happened is that the governors have concentrated their efforts on other areas of development and ignored education, because simply just because education is devolved. What they have forgotten, and this bill wishes to remind them, is that the education at the level of ECDs is actually domiciled in the counties. And therefore, governors have to ensure that they provide resources for the establishment and improvement of infrastructure for the provision of this education. Mr. Speaker, also we have to look at the issue of quality. And this bill does talk about the quality and ensures that the qualifications of teachers and the registration of teachers is enhanced. Because a lot of times, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in 2016 notes that half of ECD teachers are actually not trained. And that, Mr. Speaker, is really a shame, because when you start the child off with a good foundation, it helps to build them and they enjoy education all their life. But if the foundation is weak, then obviously then you are creating a failure. And unfortunately, if we are going to have so many teachers that are not trained, that are starting off our children at the foundation level, that becomes really negative. So I am happy that this framework is going to ensure that the qualifications and the training and the registration of teachers is done in a proper manner. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of partnership between the national government and the county governments, private persons, and relevant stakeholders. I feel that this is critical because, Mr. Speaker, we have seen situations where there is a conflict of ownership of land on which schools are built. You find a church is claiming the land and the school, and the government also is claiming the same, sometimes private individuals. So this partnership, it means that it has to be done in a systematic manner where it is clear who owns the institutions, and where they can come together, they do come together. But, Mr. Speaker, finally, the issue which is of importance to me is the issue of registration. Clause 19.3 says the registration must be, for ECD centers, must be given to schools that are not on less than an acre. But, Mr. Speaker, how many ECD centers in this country really actually exist within an acre? Majority of them are not even on a quarter acre. So I think this is, well, much as I support it, I think it's really ambitious, though it's the right direction, but I think it's important to look at these things in a proper manner, because we can legislate and legislate in vain. If 80% of the schools are already on less than an acre, and we are legislating for an acre, where are we going to get extra land for our ECDs? Majority of them are in primary schools. They already have land. So I think this is one of the areas that I think we need to look at keenly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, Honorable Bu, you raised about standardization of education system at ECD. And you said some of them actually are taught by teachers who haven't been trained themselves. But you also saw that in another county they are being taught about robots and computing in another county. So, and coding that early. So it is interesting, and the need for a standardization. Honorable Kubai, Iringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this mediated bill on the early childhood, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that it has taken quite a while to come up with one bill which has been agreed upon by both houses and which we are now agreed to embrace. And I think it was for the good and for the good cause of what we are trying to understand and also appreciate today. Mr. Speaker, early childhood, especially in this Kenya, has been neglected to some degree. And to some extent, our children have been going to the next level of standard 1 and upwards, having not been really nurtured well, and also having not earned the taste of, or to be set to be ready for the proper learning and proper molding them to make their lives smooth as they grow up. Mr. Speaker, once we streamline the early childhood education, or we streamline how we handle our children immediately after they are weaned and they are taken now to school to be taken care of in kindergartens and the other places, Mr. Speaker, we need to be very prepared for the same, and I appreciate this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it is now bringing a framework, a very good framework, which has been lacking all along, because where we have got good framework of education starts with the primary education, but with the early childhood, or what we call the ECD classes, Mr. Speaker, you find a school will start their ECD class with even untrained teachers, and even these small children are put in very dilapidated classrooms, whereas the others are not just getting into good classrooms, and they appear to be neglected. But with this bill, Mr. Speaker, now we shall be having a BOM specifically for these early learners, who will be there to see to it that all the requirements and the needs of these children are catered for, Mr. Speaker. These should also go out of their way to see that we don't have any children who are of school-going age should be left at home. They should be looking to it. They are, even all the children, even the ones who are disabled, they are not kept at home. They are taken out there to learn with the others. Because in our culture these days, Mr. Speaker, if you go in our villages, you'll find that if a child is born with some form of disability, the parents try to hide them there without taking them out, at least for them to develop their talents despite their handicaps. So, Mr. Speaker, this body must be looking into that. Mr. Speaker, equally there will be a quality assurance team or group who will be going out there to see who are teaching our children, who are handling them, who are taking care of their needs. Because these people require the best of the professionals, not anybody picked from the village, Mr. Speaker, as it is the culture today. What are their learning facilities? Where are they learning? Mr. Speaker, the BOM itself is already tabulated who should be the members of this board. We need even the nutritionists, we need the medics, we need people who have already been exposed to these teachings, and therefore we will have a very good base for our children, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. We understand this ECD, the early childhood learning, is devolved. The same bill is now empowering and putting more teeth and claws to the county government, so that they can invest more in infrastructure, invest more in employing trained teachers, and also invest more in seeing to it that the right BOM is in place. Mr. Speaker, we have ECD teachers, and they are very poorly remunerated. They need now to get properly remunerated so that at least they can find themselves that they are doing a job which is really noble and which is really good for our children. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, I thought I had more minutes, or the others have been taking too long, and you are scaring me, my friend. Mr. Speaker, finally, let me say that with this bill, as I conclude with this bill, let us all support it, and as we support it, we ask those.
Honorable Irigo, don't be scared. You have 5 minutes. Just like Honorable Okello will have 5 minutes. So organize your thoughts accordingly.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, to add my voice and support this mediated version of the bill on childhood education that emanated from the Senate. Honorable Speaker, the childhood centers play a very pivotal role towards the betterment of any child out there or in the world in general. This is a very critical formative stage of every kid, and therefore much credence and attention are very necessary to be accorded to these children, that at the end of the day, they become responsible citizens. On the flip side, Honorable Speaker, the teachers who are mandated to take care of these children, and I have witnessed several occasions when those with the skimpiest of schooling, those who are able to sing traditional dirges and inscribe vowels, qualify to be teachers without necessarily considering other extraneous issues that play a more important role on who then qualifies to be a teacher. In the West, Honorable Speaker, those who teach these early stage children, some of them are professors, and they have dedicated and rededicated their lives and time to help assist these children so that they grow up as responsible people who know about their surrounding. Honorable Speaker, in a child's growth, a diet becomes key. There are many children who, having left home on an empty stomach, have to contend with a whole day without anything to eat. And that is why I think this bill ought to have gone a little further to also talk about provision of essential food items to these children. Even a porridge would do that is fortified. And this will therefore make the children concentrate and also be comfortable in these learning centers, Honorable Speaker. Education is free and compulsory for all, and therefore there is no reason as to why any child ought to be staying there at home. At this point, Honorable Speaker, we are nurturing the future leaders. We are nurturing the future doctors, lawyers, those who will then take full control of the economy and the social standings of our nation. And therefore, this is an integral part of a child's growth that cannot be properly underscored. Of course, there is no training or discipline called MP. So we are only training them to be the people who should help perpetuate our economic well-being. That is why in this house, we have people of diverse disciplines drawn from all across this nation, but here they are. So we are training people who will then take full control of our society, Honorable Speaker. Registration of these centers has been given consideration in the bill. Most of the schools that children go to, especially the private ones, are never registered. And if they are, they still lack adequate facilities. And I think the bill has gone a little further to determine what center qualifies for registration. Those that are very important for a school to have been put into the bill, including the acreage of land that qualifies for a school. And Honorable Speaker, I only wish that tougher measures would be employed on standardization of our schools so that even as our children are there in schools, they tend to have what does not qualify for a miniature school, but a real school. And a real school that offers the right curriculum and the right teachings from the teachers that we have. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I support and I thank you.
Honorable Asso Ali.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this very important bill. As my colleagues have said from the onset, that this is the fundamental basis upon which education is built. It is at this point that abilities and disabilities are identified. It is at this point the teachers will be able to spot individuals with talent, whether they are dramatists, whether they have certain added acumen. And we also find that it is at this time the character of that young person is built into the future. Currently, our education system appears to be disaggregated between what is at the national level and what is at the county level. And I think there's certain things the education establishment has identified that the learners at the ECD level belong to the community. And that is why it has been given to the right authority, that is the county government. Whereas I think the counties such as Marsabit, where I come from, have done a tremendous job in terms of making sure that every primary school has an ECD. But what we want to go further and establish is a link between that ECD, that primary school, and that secondary school, so that there's seamless transition in our education system, particularly at the local level. Mr. Speaker, when we as members of parliament, we have the national government CDF, then the county has been told, look after ECD. I think the danger in some of these things is that many in the county do not put a lot of weight, particularly in terms of supervising that there's linkage between that ECD and the primary school. Because the teachers at the primary school are employed by TSC, whereas the ECD, they are employed by the county government. So there's also the issue of saying education is the greatest equalizer. But I must go further to emphasize that this is true insofar as teachers, curriculum, and infrastructure is standardized. This particular bill by the Senate, and I also thank our Education Committee in this House. Going forward, this was a segment in our education system that has never been identified to be important. That almost at some times in the life of a young person, it was as if you are given a free hand whether to take your child through ECD or otherwise. For that reason, this bill has given an impetus and a foundation basis that this particular segment of education will be properly managed. Also, I think through this bill, if we follow it through, and we fund it also through this House, it will give us what we call total education in this country. Finally, it's about the private and the public. Why is the private better than the public is the elephant in the room that we must ask ourselves in analyzing the education system in our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Miri Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the mediated version of this bill. Mr. Speaker, ECD is a basic foundation for children. And if we get the foundation right, just like the other members are saying, then the children will develop well. Unfortunately, as a country, we have not put a lot of emphasis on ECD. And it reminds me of a time when I was in high school, and there was this girl who used to do very well in math, but she wouldn't do well in any other subject. She had transferred to our school. And then you discovered that even though she was a very sharp girl, but the foundations were started wrong. So she eventually failed, not because she's not sharp, but she wasn't taught very basic things like language. And that's why I'm always passionate about this thing, about even standardizing language, even from ECD level. Mr. Speaker, if you go to my rural, you'll find the children in ECD will be taught about Ombete Kamatoso, who has gone to the market to carry fish from the market. But the children in Nairobi are being taught about computers and digital divide. In the end, they will be going to do an exam, not about Ombete Kamatoso, but about computers and science and that. And if you want children to compete in an equal platform, then there must be need not just to provide infrastructure, that's this bill seeks to, but also standardize the teaching. So even though this bill is emphasizing a lot in terms of the role of the counties, but it must also standardize the teaching of ECD, so that what the child is being taught in Nairobi must also be taught to a child in Takawiri Island in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I would want to raise is that ECD is also very important, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad, for instance, that we've provided for the non-discrimination clause, especially for girls, because you find that a lot of young girls at that age in rural areas are made to do tasks such as taking care of children, and they lose out and they start out late. And when children start out late again, they lose out a lot. A lot of children then now start coming in at primary level when others have actually found the foundational issues that are needed. One of the issues that I don't know how I missed out is that even if you look at the Constitution, the first principle that should be there for children is the best interest of the child. So whatever policy or laws that are passed should be done in the best interest of the child, and that has not been done, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I would actually want to also indicate, Mr. Speaker, especially if we pass the BBI, and we trust that it will pass, Mr. Speaker, then you find that the counties will have, their focus should actually be then on areas of the county. Sometimes you find that we compete with the counties in areas that are national government, oriented. But if the counties were to focus on their areas of expertise, then we should have actually changed the face of most of those, educational facilities. The ECD centers should actually be better even than the primary schools, because now I think with the change, you should only need 2 classes. Before it was 3. But if you only need to do 2 when MPs have to do 8, and you have billions when you are operating with millions, honestly, there must be a very visible change. I know that the counties also have other things that they are catering for, but one of the things that we need to do, especially because a lot of money will be going to the ground, we must be enhancing monitoring of the funds that go down, and proper and effective monitoring, not the kind that I'm seeing some people are coming up with nowadays, which is criminalizing doing development work. That is becoming very prevalent, and I will be raising an issue on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, because I see my time is up, I do support. Thank you.
Honorable Ono Kipkogei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Ono. Please have your mask on.
Oh, sorry,
Honorable Ruford.
I stand guided.
It's just behind you. He needs to be safe, you need to be safe, everyone else needs to be safe.
I thought now that we have the vaccine, we are not badly off.
Hold on. Which vaccine are you talking about?
I was informed we are the first ones to be vaccinated, Honorable Speaker.
Order, have your
Honorable
mask.
Speaker,
Wear your mask properly, Honorable Rono. The vaccine notwithstanding.
I thought you only wanted to see it, Honorable Speaker.
Order,
but
Honorable Rono. You have to be in order.
now I'm okay, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate the County Assembly.
Order, Honorable Rono. There is an intervention by Honorable Kelo. What is out of order?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to clarify something for my brother over there. When he talks about MPs...
What is out of order? Honorable
Yes,
Kelo?
when he talks about MPs to be in the first line of acquisition of the vaccination that just got into the country yesterday, is misleading. They did talk about those who work in the security sector, the police, the health workers, and together with the teachers out there. And you know, there is usually a disconnect between members of this House and the public out there. And the information that goes out, for instance, that MPs are going to benefit out of this, that definitely qualifies for hues and cries from the public. So we are not in that first batch of beneficiaries of the vaccine, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you.
But Honorable Kelo, you just mentioned the three categories. Who is the fourth? Maybe it is the members. We never know. But
that should not go on record, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I am sure the minister, the cabinet secretary concerned will say where the members of parliament fall. For now, we know the first three. Honorable Rono.
Honorable Speaker, I like the English of honorable member. In fact, we need to teach the early childhood also that kind of English. But needless to say, Honorable Speaker, we are the frontline members of the society. We interact a lot with our people. They come rushing to us for help and so forth. So we qualify, Honorable Speaker. And we are the fourth that you have mentioned, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Millie. As I continue, Honorable Speaker, I had requested to congratulate the County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet for shooting down the PBI, Honorable Speaker. Elgeyo Marakwet is where I come from, Honorable Speaker. And I thank them for stating their stand, which was quite commendable, whereas the BBI has reached where it has reached, but at least we have our say, and the other members can have their way. Honorable Speaker, the foundation of education is what we have had many of honorable members state, is early childhood. This bill, the mediated bill, was long overdue, Honorable Speaker. We have rightfully heard from the bill, Honorable Speaker, that it will carry along even the disabled members. That is quite commendable. You sometimes see some structures which are put up in the counties, or rather in our schools by the county government, which do not give consideration to the disabled child, which is very unfortunate. Now that we have this, and we have a board that will be looking into this, those standardization that honorable members have mentioned should actually be put in place, because we want a standard classroom of the early childhood child all over, irrespective of whether you are a private institution or a public institution. We have some people who are fond of starting a nursery school and call it private nursery school, with some funny mapati structures, with even some holes inside. You see children peeping through, and they don't even concentrate for education. So we cannot allow that. And that is why this registration aspect has actually been focused on. It is very important that you cannot be registered, and more particularly the private institutions. How can you be registered to take care of our child and you have put up some funny mabati structure? It's very unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, this infrastructure issue where now it's being handled, I mean the early childhood being handled by the county government, and this and the central government handling the primary and secondary education, we need to really put together these institutions, because you cannot have a stone structure and the early childhood structure is a mabati structure. They keep these children feel isolated. They feel discriminated. You see them salivating, wondering, what happened to us that we are now staying in a mabati structure, and these other children are staying in better structures? So we need to standardize these issues of infrastructure. I support this bill, Honorable Speaker, as other honorable members have stated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We shall have Honorable Martin Owino. Yeah? Yes, thank you for being honest. You have booked yourself for the next, this one you had spoken. Then let's get Honorable Albert Malimo.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Early Childhood Education Bill.
Honorable Marimo, I'm sure you know you are not properly masked.
Oh, where's my mask?
You have it.
Oh, I have it here. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for reminding me to wear my mask properly. And indeed, I thought I had actually put it in my pocket without realizing that I have it on my chin. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Early Childhood Education Bill. Mr. Speaker, education is one of the pillars in every developing country. Education, without education, there's no development in any country. And therefore, whether developed or developing countries, all countries world over venture in education. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education is important in developing of the child because it is a right guaranteed under the Article 53 of the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this right, as enshrined in the Constitution, must be adhered to ensure every child in this country get the right education. If a child misses a good foundation, for that matter, Mr. Speaker, then it is going to be very difficult for that child to ever catch up in life. For instance, Mr. Speaker, we have a category of children who happen to come from pastoralist community, and due to the nature of their livelihood, they happen actually to lag behind in terms of education and, for that matter, early childhood education. So if actually we are going to safeguard, to implement the issue of early childhood education, then indeed, children such as children from pastoralist communities will also be able to be catered for, and I'm sure these early childhood facilities are also available at the very grassroots levels or in every villages. And therefore, the pastoralist child who has always been lagging behind, in fact, will also be able to catch up with the rest of the Kenyans, with the rest of the other children in Kenya, and they will also equally be able to access education. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it has been a poor and uncoordinated manner of dealing with early childhood by counties. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education is primarily a function of the counties, and therefore we need to actually strengthen structures to support the counties to be able to realize that that is actually and indeed an avenue to support education sector in our country. With a clear legal framework, I think we now hope that the county shall now invest in a better way. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education will also be able to create employment for ECD teachers, which I think, in my opinion, we should just come up with a standardized way to ensure that protocols will be observed. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much and I support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Jackson, member for Saburu East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this bill, as my colleagues have said. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important to our ECD centers. And if you look at the ECDs in our constituencies and the counties, they lack very important things which are necessary for the education of our children. And if, Mr. Speaker, this bill passes, even the monitoring of the teachers who are teaching those ECD schools will be ensured. And I think ECD is a foundation of our education. And just like what other members have said, if the foundation is not firm, it's not stable, then even the whole body will not be stable. And Mr. Speaker, even some ECDs, where I come from, even the structure, the classroom, the so-called classroom, it is missing in some centers. And you can imagine, sometimes when you go and maybe have a function there, as a member of parliament, you are giving funds to fund the primary or secondary, but the ECDs have problem of a classroom. Some of them are under 3. And if this bill passes, Mr. Speaker, it will ensure quality classroom, standard classroom for those kids. And even the way the teachers, some of the teachers are not even trained. And to my surprise, Honorable Speaker, county governments have not employed enough teachers for every ECD in some places. So it's a problem that some centers, not even teachers are not trained, they are not there. So I think this bill will ensure that the teachers who will handle our ECD learners are trained and they are even available. And I think even the curriculum of these ECD teachers and even what our children will be taught. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important and it will help the ECD centers to come to the level where maybe other jurisdictions are. And I think education center is not like a shop that somebody just wake up and you have a business license. And that is what is happening in some of the ECD centers. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I think the honorable members will have to support it for the sake of our young children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Honorable Nikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this important motion. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education has got three important components. One, it is the foundation of education where the children first get in touch with formal education and lays the foundation which will be important throughout their life. They miss it now, they may never catch it again. Two, it is also a period of very active development, both physical, mental, and even personality-wise. And at this time, children are still developing, their brains are growing, they're having changes in their bodies that need to be actually recognized and sometimes to be monitored so that in those schools, they actually have an important health component in terms of development. It's the time they're actually developing language. It is the time they start to develop personality. It is the time that you actually start to detect the talents of the children. Number three, Mr. Speaker, it is also an important point in health in the future. This is when the children develop the eating habits that they have. Their nutrition at this time is important. Some non-communicable diseases have their basis at this point on how the children are fed and the eating habits that they develop. So their nutrition is extremely important, not only in terms of their development, but at that point, but also in their future health as adults. They are still actually prone to some diseases, so there are immunizations that they still will require. And Mr. Speaker, this is still the time that some genetic or hereditary conditions or conditions that children are born with actually will show themselves. It may have to do with simple things as vision. It's the time you may discover that a child has problems of vision. It is the time you may discover that a child has a problem with hearing that will actually affect their learning and development. It is the time that you actually detect early personality disorders. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not just the time that we are just talking about education alone. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important, therefore, that when we have structures, as is proposed in this bill, the physical structures must be such that they are actually child-friendly and take into consideration the development of the child. Mr. Speaker, the educational equipment that are required at this time are not only important in learning, but are also important in the development of skills, manual skills, functional skills. So, Mr. Speaker, it's critical that the curriculums that are developed must take into consideration all these three components of the development, the growth, and the early education of a child. And therefore, the training of the teachers is extremely important. And to a large extent, we have actually delegated the training of teachers for early childhood education to, or maybe people who didn't do very well, but actually this is why you need people who are very well trained in their psychology, in educational problems, in educational development principles. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is a complex period. We have not funded it well. Many of the facilities in many institutions are dilapidated and not properly maintained. But it's improving now, and we must improve it. And there's need actually to have a proper link between the national and the county governments. And this is where we must have a process for linking or ensuring monitoring and enforcement of standards and policies if we have to get uniform education for these children across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Huru for order. And I hope Honorable Eseri is not speaking on this because I can't see you are, okay, because I've seen you patiently sit there. I just wanted to be sure your system is working. Yes, Honorable Huru for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this bill. I support the Early Childhood Senate Bill number 26 of 2018 and the mediated version. Mr. Speaker, early childhood education, according to Schedule 4 of our Constitution, is a devolved function. And the national government takes over from primary going forward. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution guarantees each Kenyan child a right to basic education. And the beginning of basic education is actually the early childhood. If you look at what prevails in our country, in most parts of our country, is such that there's a lot of emphasis on primary education in terms of infrastructure development through national government CDF, in terms of curriculum reviews from the Ministry of Education, and so on and so forth. Most of the existing early childhood centers, especially those providing, those which are public, are attached to primary schools. So most of the times, especially in the north, you realize that you find early childhood learners learning under trees. And it sets, it is so, for those small children, they may wonder why at that tender age, nobody is catering for them, and yet their older siblings are catered for better. One of the key things that I have, having looked at this bill, has impressed me is especially on assessment and identification of special needs among children who have some form of disabilities. In our country, and especially in the north, children who require special education hardly get opportunity to find a school which has appropriate facilities to cater for their needs. And therefore, the bill obligates the teachers to use assessment tools immediately and to identify those which require special attention and therefore appropriately place them. There are those whose needs can be catered for in an integrated setting. There are those who actually need a separate setting to cater for their needs. Mr. Speaker, the bill also talks about registration of early childhood education centers, which is very important. If you look at what is obtaining, you realize that there are so many early childhood development centers run by private entities, and most of them actually, the setting is so pathetic. And at this formative stage, we need an environment which is child-friendly in terms of, having adequate space for children to play. And we require also well-trained educators, teachers. Fortunately, if you look at what is happening now, most of our counties insist on hiring trained teachers who are also registered with TSC. But they have done this without having the benefit of a legal framework. And this bill actually addresses that gap. It provides proper framework for county governments to provide early childhood education, to the extent that, when somebody wants to run a center, then the individual needs to apply for some registration to County Education Board, and then the county government also needs to have quality assurance committees which can assess those centers and establish that they actually meet the requirements and therefore needs to be registered, and so on and so forth. And it also provides for the cabinet secretary responsible for education to provide regulation. It also provides for Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to develop common curriculum across the country. So there's a very good linkage between what the national government, the kind of support that the county government requires from national government, and what the county government should concentrate on. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the bill.
Honorable Kiai, you see, Honorable Kirima well, you know what you have done because you just inserted your card, you did not register, you have just put it on. You know, I can tell. So, but I take notice that you have really been seated. But look, for the speaker, you must register interest, not just putting the card. I'm sure you are learning. Honorable K.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the mediated ECD bill. And from the outset, I want to say that it's a very good bill because it provides the framework for establishment of systems for the administration of ECD within the country. And Mr. Speaker, you realize that there before, what was there was a helter-skelter way of admitting our children to ECD. And the systems and structures were as different as the owners. There was no standardized way of doing it. When I look at the bill, it reiterates the basic right to free compulsory education in public education center. Mr. Speaker, the first port of call of any kid in this country is the ECD. And this is a kid who goes to school on a clean slate, so to speak. And what is written on that clean slate will...
what is out of order, Honorable Kirima?
Speaker, sir, I will note some abnormality in the House. There are colleagues of mine who are not keeping distance, and they are laughing, touching one another. And I believe we have been told that we must keep distance because immunization will not come our way for quite a long period. So I'm scared that as the trend is now, that we are losing a number of MPs, I'm scared that my colleagues here, in one or the other, they are prejudicing their existence. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we require some protection from you, from your side.
Yes.
Guidance. Yes,
Honorable Kirima, I take note. The two members I don't want to mention, they're not touching each other. They were just consulting, really. Honorable Kirima, just be fair. But the two members that I don't want to go on record who they are, you can consult, but please, you do not need to consult when you are too close to each other. Honorable K, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the first port of call for any kid in this country is the ECD. And whatever that is written on that clean slate, be it matters of life or education and anything related thereto, it is the responsibilities of the teachers at that level. Mr. Speaker, the proper foundation, if given at this critical stage, then it will last a lifetime. And when I look at the bill, I see a lot of good things in it. Like, for instance, Mr. Speaker, already the bill tries to streamline the registration of all the institutions that are offering the ECD center, the ECD education. Number two, it also provides for the minimum infrastructure and acreage for all the institutions. Mr. Speaker, what has been there before is that you find ECD centers in slum areas, others on top of bars, others in some funny places, darkest corners of this country. I'm happy that the bill now provides minimum infrastructure. It also provides that the children should not be given any entry exam, which has been the case there before. Indeed, it talks of any kid who registers in any center is not supposed to be charged any fee. So it makes education accessible even to those who are downtrodden in the society. Mr. Speaker, the poor foundation at the ECD level is always felt at the primary level. When you have a bad product at the ECD, then that poor production continues at the primary level, maybe even at the secondary level, all the way to adulthood. So it is important and very critical that we have proper structures at the ECD levels to lay a very good foundation to ensure that the kids grow up into responsible citizens who are well educated. Mr. Speaker, also, the bill talks about the harmonization of curriculum. The fact that this level of education is devolved means that every county may end up having its own curriculum. And this is where the KICD comes in to standardize and harmonize the curriculum to ensure that whatever is taught in Nyeri County is what is taught at Kisumu County, and whatever is taught in Mombasa is also taught at Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, also, you realize the quality of teachers at that level has been very wanting. Many a times, you find anyone who could read and write could be employed to be a teacher at that level. There are now standards that talks of who qualifies to be an ECD teacher. It talks of what kind of training she or he ought to have undergone. It talks of the structures and the standard of classrooms that are needed for our kids to be trained in. Indeed, when I look also at if I look at section 39 of the proposed bill, it talks of free admission, thereby removing the burden that had been placed on our parents whenever you wanted to take your kid to ECD. Section 45 talks of KICD harmonizing the curriculum, and most importantly, as it has been pointed out by my colleague earlier, it talks of identification of special needs in our kids, thereby ensuring that those kids, when they qualify or graduate from ECD to primary school, they are placed in a primary school that caters for their special needs. They are not integrated with other kids that may delay their acquisition of education. It is a good piece of legislation, and I support it. Thank you.
Honorable Ekamais, member for Loima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice. Honorable Speaker, I think it is ECDC or early childhood education has a critical obligation of ensuring that our children get proper education. Honorable Speaker, if you get to the rural areas in this country, and majorly parts of the northern Kenya, you can hardly trace any proper infrastructure in those parts of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it will be prudent if this law, this mandated law, entrenches issues of even the pastoralist community, especially the nomadic people who keep on moving from one place to another. For example, if we go to places in Turkana, like Turkana West, Turkana North, or even Loima, nomads keep on moving from those particular areas to even the other side of the border between us and the districts in Uganda. So those children are not getting any education in those particular areas. So we need actually to ensure that there are mobile ECD schools that move or keep on moving with those nomadic communities to the respective areas where they go looking for pasture and water. I think that will be very critical to have in this very important law. Number two, Honorable Speaker, on ECD feeding program. If you go to the counties there, some counties have built some structures somewhere, but they have not provided any feeding program. So it becomes difficult for the people in those northern parts of Kenya to even to take children to school, because some others connect food, or food is goes hand in hand with the kind of infrastructure that we put there. So building structures and you leave them like that, no food, and you expect those kids to go to school, to me, will not improve anything. I think governments, both county and national government, are minimally participating in this very important process in ensuring our children get better education. And then there is lack of supervision or monitoring and supervision. I think when you build ECDs across the country, I think there should be a body that ensures that there is supervision to establish whether those children are getting education or not. Because in some areas, if you get the kind of teachers that have been employed by the county governments to give education to our kids down there, in fact, their level is really, it's hardly even a level of a standard 8 person. So it will be very important to supervise, to ensure that even the people who, or the human resource that is found there are people of high education, people who have gone to school, and they know what kind of skills to impart to those ECD kids. I think those are the most critical things we need to observe in this very important bill. But, Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to support the bill. It is timely, and it will solve the issues of our young children who are getting early childhood education. Thank you.
Honorable Kirima. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. A bill on early childhood education, the Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is timely, taking into account that we have not been having a common method of controlling early childhood in Kenya. The previous system was that almost every county or every institution or every village, every primary school had its own way about they were doing things compared with this common denominator now, which has been produced to control or to manage the system of how we are going to manage our early children by the time they go to school. It's very important because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at it, to manage the child at a high level, it instills first knowledge, discipline, and if it's going to be done uniformly as it is proposed by this bill. A number of problems we are facing in Kenya now, especially where we have people living in their own tribal cocoons, it's not going to be there because they are going to have a common denominator of how they have been brought up. Mr. Speaker, sir, as it is, the proposals in this bill are very encouraging, but as we can say, as it has been said before, that no laws in Kenya, either the Constitution Amendment Bill, the Bill of Parliament, or any other, has been said to be perfect. There are some shortcomings here and there. So the 20%, which has been around, ordinarily around in Kenya, that it should not be always good, it will be attended there only after 10 years, has also been included in this bill. Because as I was looking at it, I found that there is a place, this is in section 40, where section 40 of this bill, where it is saying that a child can only be admitted when he is 4 years old, between 4 years to 6 years, but age should not be a barrier. We have not been informed how or where the child of 3 years to 4 years will be by that time. Because at this stage, as we stand now, when a child is 3 years is when we take them to early childhood education like this one, like this bill provides for. So that year now, we don't know where it has been from that to the 4th year. And at the same time, the responsibility of the child or the parent has been enumerated here. It has been stated here. The responsibility of the parent is duties of the parents and the guardians to make sure that a child is registered for this
early childhood education. It's a must. The parents must do like that, or the guardian. And they said that the person to assist the child to be in conjunction with the village and administrators or village elders. Not forgetting, as I'm saying, that there is a 20%, that there is a bill pending before this parliament about these village elders or the village managers, whereby saying that they be considered to be getting something to motivate them to be assisting in an administration of local matters. But now here, it has been they have been given more duties than the duties they had, but they are not being considered about their welfare. So that 20%, which is not very good when it comes to, after the required period finish, when it comes to amending the same, I believe by that time we are going to rectify it. But as it is now, the way it has been put in to have a common curriculum from one corner of the Republic of Kenya to the other one, it is the best, because now we have a uniform education. And also, where we are going to have an education board. You know, this education board, they are going to be common in one or the other. And when they are going to be common, there will be communication between counties, from one county to the other, to see that there is uniformity. And as for that, this bill has come at the right time. It is the most important document we have now as pertains to the early childhood, so that at least we can have the best of the best from our children. That's all, Mr. Speaker. I stand here by to support the same. Thank you.
Honorable Obala Akinyi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support the mediated version of the Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. Mr. Speaker, even as we look at this bill, let me also state that the degree of neglect in most of these ECD centers is it's obvious. It's deplorable state. All these centers, majority are domiciled within the primary school that are also within our mandate, and actually is an ISO to the primary schools that we have already worked on. Mr. Speaker, the ECD has been neglected to a large extent across all constituencies, and this can be attested by all members who are constituency MPs. And a lot of times we are forced, because of embarrassment, to make sure that we do something, even if it's not within our mandate, to do something to make it a little bit friendly for the children. Mr. Speaker, a lot that was done, because I was a member of the mediated committee, was to align the bill to the ministry, the Education Act that we have, the Basic Education Act. For the simple reason that there should be no conflict between what is in the Act and what we were recommending. Mr. Speaker, further, we were talking about issues of the role of the sponsor. And within the Act, it is very clear that we maintain what is contained in the Act, which is to provide financial and spiritual infrastructure support to these centers. Secondly, on curriculum, we came out very clearly and said that whether private or public, the curriculum that is to be followed is the KICD curriculum for ECD. The other issue that we touched on was on the qualification of the teachers, and we must admit that it's been a kind of haywire, that in other areas you find that they are qualified, in other areas they are not qualified. What they are being paid here is different from another constituency, so it was a total mess. And given that this is the foundation of our children, it was important that all these are aligned so that we standardize the qualifications and later, again, the salaries that are going to be paid to these teachers. Mr. Speaker, I think, finally, let me just touch on the mandate of the Cabinet Secretary and the Teacher Service Commission. Again, even here, we came out very clearly that there is no conflict between the two, Cabinet Secretary Policy and the Teacher Service Commission Teacher Management. With those few remarks, I once again support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wamuchomba, member for Kiambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the mediated version of the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, because first of all, as a mother, a young mother, I feel finally we have a breathe out because of the very many areas of discrimination that we have seen in our counties when it comes to the administration of early childhood education. Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, we never used to have an entry point to the ECD education in my county, Kiambu. And our parents used to take us to the centers, and all we could do is to stretch our hands over our heads and attempt to touch the other ear on the opposite side of your hand. Mr. Speaker, I hope you can see me because speakers don't see until they are told to see. So I want you to look at me. That was the examination, and that was the entry point. And you can imagine children who are born with small staminas. You can imagine how long it took for them to be able to stretch their hands across the head to touch the ear on the opposite side of the hand. That is to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that most children who are born with small staminas, small bodies, little people, and children with special needs really were discriminated and have been discriminated against for many years. Because even in those centers, we have not had experts for special children. Children with special needs normally are dumped into those centers. They will struggle along the way. Some have difficulties in speech, others have difficulties in sight, in hearing, and so on and so forth. We have not had a county that has actually come out very strongly to tell us that they have been able to enlist the services of special teachers or special expertise to attend to special needs of those children. So I'm very excited, Mr. Speaker, because of the harmonization that has been done through this bill, that finally we have hope that special children are going to get special attention through special centers that have been prescribed by this bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been sympathizing with the early childhood teachers, especially in my county. In the previous government, Mr. Speaker, we had a campaign to map out teachers who were apparently drinking children's porridge. They were not actually drinking the porridge, children's porridge, but they were actually selling because they did not even have salaries to maintain themselves even in those centers. It was pathetic. I am grateful now, Mr. Speaker, you'll allow me to applaud my governor, my current governor, because he has done something that I don't think any other county has done in this country. He has been able to make sure that all ECD teachers in Kiambu County have been put into a permanent and pensionable terms of work, and they have been given a medical cover, and on top of that, they have now joined a corporate society for the ECD teachers in Kiambu County, and he has gone ahead and put 1 million shilling as seed capital in that circle. That is actually appreciating the efforts of the early childhood teachers in my county. How I hope that most of the counties are going to take the cue, do what my county has done, and even do it better, making sure that every teacher who has been employed to take care of our toddlers has been appreciated in that manner. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I am very excited that this bill has finally dictated the manner and methods of making sure that our children have been given a guarantee in health and safety and protection in the structures that they learn as ECD centers. In the past, Mr. Speaker, most of the schools that we call the ECD centers do not even have special facilities for boys and girls when it comes to ablution block. So children do not learn how to use toilets when they are young because they don't even have the facilities. And when I speak about this, Mr. Speaker, I would want to probably put it in record that it is so sad that some of the girls and boys do not even know who they are at that level because they don't have facilities where they can be told to differentiate themselves when it comes to reproductive health. So I'm very excited that this bill finally has come to streamline, to provide facilities for health and safety, to protect our children, and to give them the basics.
Honorable Kibiwot, Mary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the mediated version. Honorable Speaker, this bill is quite timely and very important. Actually, Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, we have no clear law on the management of early childhood education. Honorable Speaker, the bill actually cuts out on how to manage early childhood education across counties and gives standards. In part 2 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, it gives out the rights of the child on clauses 5, especially what every county government and every government has to do pertaining to early childhood education in this country. It goes on to give the obligation of county government, putting out structures, buildings, and providing necessary reading and writing materials. Honorable Speaker, it also points out the several duties of parents. Parents have a role, and I think this is very important, Honorable Speaker, especially this is the formative age of a child. This is the age where the parent, the role of the parent is quite critical. It also gives out what are the duties of the head teacher. As we speak today, many early childhood educational centers are run concurrently in the primary school section. So this bill tries to streamline that the head teacher within the early childhood education center has a very critical role in the management of this early childhood educational center. And more specifically, the bill goes on to show how to assist children with special needs. We have several children who have special needs, either physical, either mental, and even other needs, Honorable Speaker. The bill, further, Honorable Speaker, is quite very important, especially in the establishment and registration of early childhood educational centers. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, most early childhood centers, or ECDs, mushroom anyhow. Businessmen come up and build small structures and start this particular early childhood educational center. The bill actually specifies how do you establish an early childhood educational center, how do you register it, especially in clause 11. It provides for how to establish a private ECD centers. And in this case, it gives on the suitability of premises. You've seen instances, Honorable Speaker, that certain centers or ECDE do not have quality buildings. They have very small land. They have very poor facilities. This bill tries to make sure that such ramshackle kind of buildings are actually not allowed. Honorable Speaker, even the change of premises, it has been known that certain ECD centers migrate. Let me use that word. Or they are very mobile. You'll just find them in Street A. Next time you'll find them in Street B. So this one is very clear that you can't move without permission from one place to another. In semi-arid and arid areas, it is provided that it should have mobile centers. And this one, county governments, especially in the semi-arid and arid areas, are supposed to provide that. Honorable Speaker, centers that do not meet standards that are set out in this bill are actually supposed to be deregistered or actually supposed to be cancelled. And this bill provides for that. So as we speak, Honorable Speaker, this bill is very vital, especially in running early educational centers across the country. Honorable Speaker, on clause 30, the bill also provides for the management of ECD centers. It has also come up with the establishment of boards of management. As we speak today, schools, colleges, and universities, primary schools and secondary schools and universities have boards of management and councils. ECD centers did not have that. So this is very important. And you'll realize that it has also shown the composition of the board, the functions of the board, and even the committees of the board, and even the PTA. Honorable Speaker, on the administration of ED centers, it has also specified the resources that are there so that across the country, from Lamu to Turkana, from Kisumu to Mandera, all ECD centers have to have set curriculum. And this curriculum, Honorable Speaker, is supposed to show should be actually developed by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. It also talks about prohibition of exams to admit a child to early ECD centers. Honorable Speaker, this particular bill is quite important because it brings in the role of regulators and even the role of the Cabinet Secretary and the Teacher Service Commission, especially.
Your time is gone. Honorable members, this bill is time specific, and the time for the bill is over. Now it is the mover. It is the time for the mover to reply, but the mover, there are two members, Honorable Mushangi and Honorable Ibrahim, who I know didn't get a slot to speak to this important bill. If you are gracious enough, you could donate a few minutes for them, but it is your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And since I'm feeling sufficiently philanthropic, I would want to give Honorable Mushangi and my Honorable Ibrahim 2 minutes each, and then I will close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the mover, because this was an important bill that we really wanted to speak to. Mr. Speaker, I also want to agree with my colleagues that this is really an important bill, and indeed there is a need for us to develop uniformity not only in buildings but also in curriculum development in regards to early childhood center. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important stage for any child. In fact, very important in development of the child's brain, and as well preparing the child for schools and also for real life. This is the stage at which a child will have the chance to interact with others, the chance to learn, and etc. For example, one of the important things that is taught at the early childhood level, that is the storytelling session, is one that really prepares the child, though the haves and the have-nots, at least to be equal. This is the stage in which a child can learn issues related to arithmetics, mathematics, the stage at which a child can deal with the development of his vocabulary, and etc. So it is important that this bill will develop some kind of direction in regards to both curriculum development and as well classroom construction. That said, it is important that those in northern Kenya, invest a lot in terms of mobile building, because we live the pastoral way of life, and there is need to reach to those population out there. The illiteracy level, as we are speaking, is more than 85%, and there is need for governors to hit the road to ensure that that illiteracy level is reduced at the early stage where the child is developing, by ensuring that mobile ECDs is established in all the areas, and the same is, benefits this
Mushangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity so that I can add my voice. And I want to state from the onset that I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because this is the most important stage in a child's life in the area of education. There is need, Mr. Speaker, for us to standardize the manner in which early childhood education is managed in this country. Because you will find that, Mr. Speaker, that one county manages ECD differently from another. And that does not give all the children in this country an equal playing ground in this area of early childhood education. So I am thinking, Mr. Speaker, this law is coming at a time, at a very important time, so that we can now have a clear law that will guide the establishment of early childhood centers that will eventually give us and the government an opportunity to manage this early childhood education in the right way. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek to support. Thank you.
Honorable Gojiri, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will first start by appreciating the contributions of all members who have contributed to this particular bill. It was interesting to note that, Mr. Speaker, literally everybody who stood up supported this bill. And this is something that, as a committee, we are really, really grateful for. I want to appreciate every single contribution, including from my colleague and my friend Honorable Rono, who also took the opportunity to make his contribution, to congratulate Elgeyo Marakwet for not passing the bill, which I guess allows me to also congratulate Nyeri Town and the other 42 counties that passed the bill for doing so. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I really do appreciate about this particular bill is we have had this habit as a country of assuming that education starts from grade 1 or standard 1, and that we forget that there is that portion that Honorable Gadoni spoke about, where in the past you used to use your hand to measure whether you are ready to go to school. This particular bill, Mr. Speaker, has given us an opportunity to standardize pre-primary education across the country. It provides a situation where we are not only just creating an infrastructure, a basic structure of infrastructure, we are also creating a legal framework under which the county governments can be able to work, because ECDs are actually within the mandate. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that this bill has done that is also very, very important is that it has put it categorically that children, young children, have a right to free and compulsory early childhood education. Mr. Speaker, the other thing it has done is that we have standardized the curriculum of pre-primary education. I know that a lot of pre-primary institutions run their own curriculum. They just decide what they want to teach the children. Some children spend the whole day playing. So we now have a structure where if you're running an ECD facility, there is a curriculum that you're supposed to follow. The other thing this bill has done is standardized the teaching resource capacity by ensuring that the teachers who are working in these institutions are teachers who have passed through the Teacher Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided a structure of ensuring there's quality assurance being done, because we are we are ensuring that these children who are going to go to grade 1 under the new system and everything else that they are going to do are doing are following a process that connects them to the next level of education and all the way forward. Mr. Speaker, finally, this bill provides a safe environment for children by ensuring that the institutions that are set up have basic safety measures. They have firefighting equipment, they have teachers who are trained on first aid, and things like that. And this is all very, very important, especially as we are dealing with children who are very, very, very sensitive. I want to appreciate the contributions of the Mediation Committee, both from Senate, the National Assembly. As you heard from Honorable Obara, there has been quite a bit of work that went into this particular bill. I also want to appreciate even the people who were the leaders of the Education Committee before us, because they also had put in quite a bit of work into this particular bill. I also want to appreciate your office. I want to appreciate the office of the clerk, the technical support, the leadership and guidance, and ensuring that we were able to bring this to a closure. And Mr. Speaker, as we look forward to this bill being made into law, we know that our children are going to be in a better place. We are going to have done a really good, we're going to have contributed very well to the education of our children as we move our education system forward. I beg to reply.
Very well. Honorable members, we shall be putting the question on that particular item to the next time it is scheduled by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, the time being 6:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Tuesday, 2nd March 2021 at 7 p.m.